Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to welcome everybody to the April 11th Governance and Priorities Committee meeting. I'd like to first recognize that we are on the traditional territory of the Snuneymuxw First Nation. Our clerk today is Sheila Gurry, and today's Governance and Priorities Committee meeting will be held in accordance with the Community Charter and Council Procedure Bylaw 2018, number 7272. The question period sign-up sheet is on the table by the double doors to my left for agenda items only. If during the meeting, any member of the gallery has a question regarding an agenda item, please write down your name and the agenda item on the sheet. Members have been granted the authority to join meetings electronically, and please refer to the guideline sheet for reference. Today, we have the following councillors attending electronically. We have Councillor Turley and Councillor Brown. The first item on the agenda is the introduction of late items.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For late items today, we have agenda item 6A1, Draft City Plan, Land Use in Neighborhoods, replacing the PowerPoint presentation and adding the following delegations: Nancy Mitchell, Newcastle Community Association, Peter Giovando, and we're actually not adding Belinda Clemahaga. She has, something has come up and she is unable to attend. And as well, Madam Chair, the delegations are set to go after the presentation, but the presentation is set to be basically almost the entire length of the meeting. So they have opted, if it's okay with council, to be moved in front of the delegation. So if council would like to do that, they could add, I have added that as a late item, and you can adopt the agenda as amended with the delegations moved forward.
Thank you. And seconded? All those in favor? Adoption of the agenda as amended passes. Motion for adoption of minutes is circulated, moved by Councillor Bonner, seconded by Mayor Crow. All those in favor? Motion passes. So item number 5 is Agenda Planning, Governance and Priorities Committee. Sheila Gurry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So on page, usually near the front of your agenda, 12 to 17 of your original agenda package shows the agenda planning documents. On page 12 is the upcoming topics that are noted that we have scheduled, and that is today's meeting, which is Reimagine Nanaimo, and as well as pedestrian traffic calming projects. May 9th, Reimagine Nanaimo, and that is the engagement summary as well as a review of all of the motions that you have made in the past few meetings and this meeting today, moving forward to recommendations to council. And on June 27th, we have housing affordability / the Schedule D coming forward from Mr. Lindsay's shop in June. In July, there may as well be the street entertainers bylaw coming, if Mr. Lindsay's group can have that ready to go forward. And on page 13 of your agenda, you'll see topics that are still to be scheduled, with the safety and security part 2 being moved to the Finance and Audit Committee, and that will be coming to your Finance and Audit Committee on April the 20th, so this month's committee meeting. And the remainder of the items with the one tentatively scheduled are still to be determined. If council has any questions on these items and upcoming topics, I'd be happy to try to answer them.
I don't see any questions at this time. So we'll move on to number 6, our reports, which is Reimagine Nanaimo, the draft city plan for land use in neighborhoods. And if my understanding was correct, we'll have Lisa do an introduction, and we're going to have the delegates speak prior to the presentation. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, Council. It's with great pleasure today that we come with perhaps one of the more significant GPCs. You've had several that are really important. And so today, your presenters will be Lisa Brinkman, who is the new manager of community planning, and Kasia Begun, who is a planner in our team as well. So they've both been with the city a while and have been integral to this particular part of presenting to you. I'd like to just give you a quick update. Our survey closed on April 8th, and we're at estimated over 700 surveys. We have some paper ones still coming in, and we'll be providing you an update. So it's just a reminder that as we discuss this today, we've yet to collate the feedback on the draft plan that we'll be getting as part of phase 3, and we hope to have that to you, or we intend to have that to you on May 9th. So with that, I guess we'll turn over to the delegations.
Thank you. So our first delegation today is Ian Gartshire. Thank you, and I believe you give your name, your address, and you will have 5 minutes for speaking.
Before I do, there's supposed to be a clicker, and it's just disappeared. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Council. I really appreciate the opportunity to be here and speak with you today. As a therapeutic counselor, I cannot tell you how hard it is to see quite a number of people in distress these days, not only because of the invasion of Ukraine, fear of dying of COVID, and other illnesses. Right now, there's a lot of anxiety going on in our society, in our community. I think that one of the reasons is because, particularly for younger people, there's a fear of planetary meltdown, biodiversity loss, and the rising CO2 levels, which is leading to more storms and whatnot. As we can see, these climate-related disasters do have a real impact on our society, on our infrastructure, on businesses, and of course, communities. And on top of these, lack of housing is becoming an increasingly problem, as you know. And also lack of food, because food costs are going up, and that's only going to increase as we see more of this biodiversity loss and climate change. And if we believe the climate experts, and I see no reason why we wouldn't, we're headed toward a biofeedback, climatary feedback that's going to be basically become hell on earth, to use an expression. I don't want to be alarmist, but I think we need to be realistic that what we have been seeing here is only going to get worse. I am more than dismayed that the province continues to subsidize fossil fuel productions while handing out paltry amounts to municipalities such as Nanaimo to help us transition away from the use of fossil fuels. If the estimated $1 billion a year for gas alone is correct, then if the province would give those funds to municipalities such as Nanaimo, I think that would mean tens of millions of dollars per year to help you put in bicycle trails, for example, or to subsidize heat pumps or whatever it is that you decided would be necessary. I think certainly that transit would benefit too if we had some of those funds. In the meantime, I'm sad to say, I'm shocked actually, that Fortis Gas continues to compare the relative costs of heating with electricity by skewing the numbers, comparing it to natural gas. Now, this is off their website just this last week, and it's actually looking closer to the truth, but I can tell you that it hasn't always been that bad, that good. Just 2 years ago, they said it was half the cost to heat by natural gas compared to heat pumps. And what they did is they compared current technology for gas appliances to 20-year-old heat pump technology. I think it's shameful. And so then they educate people, actually they propagandize us to say, hey, it's better to go to natural gas. And on top of that, we subsidize their production. So I think that that's really not helping our citizens and residents and businesses to decide which way to go for heating their buildings. Now, the Reimagine Nanaimo plan to reduce greenhouse gas emissions
And you have 1 more minute.
Okay. So we need to consider this. We decided that this form of business was not going to get away with everything that they've been doing, and we need to hold them account, and we need to put advertising out there that says this kills. Well, so does natural gas. It leaks. So if you've got stoves, you've got higher asthma rates for children, and when you've got smoke coming out, that pollutes the atmosphere, and that is also deadly for us, particularly whenever there's inversion, that smoke is kept closer to the earth. It's killing us. So I want to really emphasize the need to cut back on methane gas, which is what it should be called, not natural. And in terms of transportation, I wanted to say that One Port Play Small is the only way we can integrate all of our transportation together. And there are many other things that I've handed out to you, but I realize I'm now out of time. 5 minutes goes by fast.
And the 5 minutes is up. Thank you very much. I don't see any question. Oh, Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I just wanted to touch on number 1 Port Drive, just so that you know that is a very important piece of land for Nanaimo First Nation, so we are working in conjunction with them to develop a plan for there. But from my perspective, until we come to a working arrangement with them, I think we need to put everything on hold and move forward together.
And with absolute respect with Nanaimo.
Yeah.
Absolutely, we need to do that. And I hope that this would benefit them too, because if we have a better transportation hub, then I think it's going to benefit them just as much as it does us, the rest of us.
And I just have one other question, or one other point too, and that's towards electricity. I was just at the AVICC, and I went to the Small Communities, Large Ideas, and we heard from the mayor, I believe it was of Alert Bay and Port Hardy. They've already had 21 power outages.
Yeah.
And it's not electricity to them is not sustainable. So how do we, that's something that needs to be addressed before we can move in that direction.
Well, actually, that is being addressed to some degree because they have most of the wind generating capacity on Vancouver Island up in that area.
Are you aware they're not allowed to use it, that it is all sold down south? Because that became a big issue. Just so you know, that's a huge issue for them. I know.
Yeah,
It's something we need to work on is bringing our own energies back home and not selling them.
It's so Canadian, isn't it?
Yes, it
We
is.
take our best resources and ship them offshore.
But very valid points raised. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bonner.
Thank you. Questions, if I may. One is that you mentioned. Oh, you cut me off. Can you put me back on, please?
Yeah, it's on now. Yeah.
So one of the things that you mentioned is that the province subsidizes natural gas production. I'm guessing that's fracking that you're referring to the tune of about $1 billion a year. I noticed that recently the province did announce $500 million over 3 years for supportive housing and affordable housing to be built in this province. So it would seem to me that their priorities are 3 times more important with natural gas production than affordable housing. And that maybe not something you can necessarily answer on their behalf, but like, do you see those numbers as being a bit off?
Well, we need more affordable housing, particularly if it's non-market housing, because a lot of the lower cost housing is being bought up and made higher cost. In terms of the natural gas production, they think that there is going to be jobs, and particularly they wanting the Site C dam to subsidize the production of fracked methane gas. It shouldn't be called natural gas, I don't think, methane gas. I think the only natural gas really is what we produce when we eat beans, frankly. To subsidize something that is killing us seems to me to be just this side of criminal. And so I think that if they spent that money on wind energy for Port McNeill, we could get lots of power from other sources, geothermal particularly. If we were to put that kind of money into more infrastructure for active transportation. We could drop healthcare costs. We could create better health for ourselves. We could create a much better world. And we would generate more economic activity than we are by subsidizing natural gas.
The other question I had is specific to today's topic in terms of the Nanaimo plan. We're getting some criticism from folks in the community regarding the language that's in the plan, specifically our environmental part of the plan. You've read it over. Do you have some comments on that?
Mr. Bonner, I think that we have great ideas and that we are very poor at putting the environmental ideas into action. And that's not just true of municipalities, it's particularly true of provinces and the country. And so to put teeth into it would mean to have some goals and methods to get to those goals. And I don't see that in this plan. I see great ideas, and I'm all for great ideas. I'm a visionary too. But I think it's really lacking a way of saying this is how we're going to get to that goal. I took part in transportation planning in the city when the public was invited. And we looked at, yep, the greenhouse gases keep on going up, the pollution keeps on going up. How are we going to get there? And there were lots of good ideas, but no actual means to put them into action. And that's what, unfortunately, we seem to suffer with in our society, particularly when it comes time to our own health, to be proactive rather than to be reactive.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Chair.
You were on.
I was. There we go. Thank you. I see no other questions at this moment, so I just wanted to interject and ask if staff could possibly come over and adjust your monitor there. There's a lot of feedback, which is disturbing.
Thank you. I'm hearing the voices.
Whoa.
Oh, thank you.
My apologies, that's not supposed to happen.
Okay. I'm not seeing any further questions, so thank you very much, Mr. Garshaw. And next we have presenting is Ashley Garrett. Thank you, and your name, address, and 5 minutes, and I will give you a warning at 1 minute.
Thank you. My name is Ashley Garrett. I live at 3790 St. Paul's Avenue in North Vancouver. Thanks for giving me the 5 minutes. I think it's more than enough. My presentation, I like the slides to do most of the speaking for me, and I think we can start. I got that right? There we go. Sorry, I don't know if you can see the screen, but we're just going to walk through, and this is relative to South Nanaimo, Chase River. I'm currently working on a couple projects there of redevelopment, and as I'm working through with planning and Reimagine and your upcoming OCP, there are interesting things in terms of where the OCP was, where the neighborhood community plan is, and some things on the particular properties I'm working on that are sort of working with and working against a bit of the upcoming Reimagine prospects. So we just click this button to on the right. Okay. Gotcha. Perfect. I'm not going to comment. I don't know if you can see through the slides here, but
Would you like us to, oh, there it goes.
perfect. Just this is one particular slide I'll comment on. You can see the three corners at 10th and Mackey and Island Highway are currently Zone C, City Commercial Center. One thing to note is the property I'm working on is the southeast corner, and that property in 2011 was Zone Core 2, so by the city. The other thing on the developments on Lawler between 12th and 10th, these areas were supposed to be possibly commercial residential mixed use. The development that occurred with the Chartwell Seniors and then the Wexford Creek Seniors facility and then now the 1300 Junction. None of those properties have any commercial component. The next property south of 12th at Wexford Road, I'm going to be developing in multifamily within the OCP designation, and I would imagine in the new Reimagine it would be the same designation, but I don't intend to do any commercial there, so there won't be any commercial buildup on that area, just to point that out. And the NCP for Chase River had commercial on the east side. Some excerpts from the Collier's Land report. This is one of the projects I'm proposing here. The Collier's Land study talks
It's
about...
now 1 minute.
Thank you. Collier's Land report talks about South Nanaimo in terms of its residential, need for residential, and then it does talk about finding new areas within Nanaimo for new industrial. This Wexford property here, again, is for residential. So in terms of checking the boxes for Reimagine, in terms of projects and upcoming projects, I think we align with them, and hopefully the Reimagine is a little bit I'm not in sync with that completely, but I do have some background historically and moving forward to accommodate within the sort of the vision and wants and needs of the Reimagine participants and the Chase River Residents Association.
And that's
it.
pretty much 5 minutes. Thank you very much. I, at this time, am not seeing any, Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you very much for your... Back on? Back on, thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation. So if I hear you correct, you're looking at development in the south of Nanaimo, and you have some concerns about how things are zoned right now, is that correct?
Well, going forward, like between the conflicts, I won't say conflicts, let's say neighborhood community plan, which is historical, going forward, had a vision of what was going to be in this area where I'm developing. In the current OCP, it's not in sync with that, but then in the Reimagine going forward, we'll see what the outcome of the Reimagine is, but I'm trying to say today in my presentation that the things that I'm looking at doing there are in line with the neighborhood plan as it is today, and then in terms of the Chase River residents, and then whatever data we've seen from the Reimagine in terms of those elements, I think I'm in line with those.
Okay, and then also you said you had some property over on Mackey area?
That's the Mackey intersection.
Now, are you proposing to do light industrial there, or what's your proposal?
Correct. The corner would be commercial, and a light industrial would be part of the OCP amendment. And I'm looking at a live-work opportunity, live-work studios on the east side of the light industrial component.
I have a question for staff after, Chair, when you're,
Okay, thank you.
thank you very much.
I don't see any further
So I'm just wondering to staff,
questions right now, so I will thank you very much.
Good, thank you.
And then I will let Councillor Armstrong through to staff.
so I'm just wondering if this is something we could have a presentation on and a report at a later date, as it seems to have some significance for us, like versus a GPC?
Mr. Lindsay.
Yeah, through the chair to council, we have two things. First of all, we have an application from Mr. Garabitz in stream, and the plan at this point is to bring it forward to your council meeting on the 25th. So we'll be able to get into more detail around the application and how it and how both the existing and proposed OCPs respond to that. But also today, throughout the presentation you're going to receive from staff, we've tried to respond to some of the comments and questions that have been coming in. So I think there will be opportunity for further discussion on that as we work through the afternoon.
Thank you, so I'll save more questions and then for that date. Appreciate the time and effort everybody took on this.
Thank you. I don't see any further questions, so the next delegation is Nancy Mitchell with the Newcastle Community Association. Thank you, Ms. Mitchell, and you do know name, address, and 5 minutes, and I will give you a warning at 1.
Thank you. My name is Nancy Mitchell, and I live at 225 Cypress in Newcastle. And I'll tell them when I need to change the slides. That would be great. No, I'm with the first one. Thanks. This is just a little introductory to Newcastle, and wondering whether anybody in the room can actually find it, because it's in the crack of the building of the report. It's actually right in the middle of the report. It's such a small community that it gets hidden away quite often. I want to speak to you, next slide. I want to speak to you first about the history of our neighborhood plan and land use designations. You may not be aware that the current OCP land use designations for all of Newcastle is actually 6-story corridor. This is in the official plan right now. This was a surprise. This is very echoey. This was a surprise to all of us when the OCP was passed in 2008. It was a victory, therefore, as a community when we were developing the neighborhood plan for Newcastle and Brecon, that at least we got Vancouver Avenue and Newcastle Avenue redesignated as residential corridor with a 4-story limit. But the current official plan says it's all 6 stories. Our neighborhood plan says that we did get changed, says 6 and then 4 and then 6 and then 4. Today, council has an opportunity, we think, to get it right for the next 20 years to ensure that our neighborhood is not only diverse but also livable. We pride ourselves on being the densest community in Nanaimo and are happy to move forward in that role, but we want to be seen and treated as a neighborhood, not a corridor. We believe that we've given significant rationale, next slide, significant rationale to current council already. The one before, please. We can, as a justification for this change. We think we're justified because it removes the roller coaster effect on the current designation and provides for a gentle transition of housing from terminal down to the waterfront. It's consistent with the land use designation of Stewart Avenue north of Cypress, which is also neighborhood. And it lessens the impact on the heritage residents in Vancouver and Newcastle Avenue. Next slide, please. No, next one, please, sorry. And the city's own growth area projections, this was part of your input to you in terms of the official plan. Your own area projections provided early on as input to this planning process allocate a maximum of only 440 new residents to Newcastle and Brecon together by 2046. And we already have building permits in our community and projects ready to go for some 300 of those new residents. And that's not even counting potentially 90 units at 250 Terminal. None of the projects that are in process or in train right now require 6-story buildings east of Terminal Avenue to be a success. I want to, at least for a minute, talk about the elephant in the room, which I think is 250 Terminal. It's our understanding that some of you consider our request to be a way of ensuring that 250 Terminal is not built. Let me assure you, we've had temporary housing at that location for 4 years now. We've proven to be resilient as a community and can most likely manage what comes our way in the future. We also still don't know exactly what BC Housing are proposing for this property, although we understand that they'll be submitting a rezoning application early this summer. And the other BC Housing projects at 702 Nickel and 285 Prideaux, which Council has already approved, are also only 4 stories. Whatever is proposed by BC Housing in the way of density and height at 250 Terminal will be considered by Council at the time, and that is your right and your responsibility. But are we sacrificing a neighborhood for the sake of one development? We've proposed, the next slide, please. We've proposed a motion to you that everything east of Terminal Avenue in Newcastle be designated neighborhood. This gives us a slow transition from high up on Terminal Avenue down to the waterfront in terms of development. We're certainly open to dense development within our community, and we already have some of it. We're also looking to look at neighborhood centers instead of mixed-use properties on the corner of Terminal and Dawes and Bryden.
1 minute.
If Council is not prepared to say, Council has said on many occasions that this draft city plan is the community's plan and that you're open to feedback from the community. The changes we are proposing here have been the subject of 2 community meetings of the Newcastle Community Association, so we know we have the neighborhood behind us. We're willing to make a compromise as long as Council is not willing to shut the door on us. We've proposed this changed amendment to the land designation. At least give us a chance, give us a consideration. If you want more information, we at least allow us and make a motion to that effect to let us go back and talk to staff about some options. But we appreciate that this to us is going to be really the savior of Newcastle.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I don't see, Mayor Crowe.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Ms. Mitchell, for the presentation today. When Sharon and I returned to the island, so to speak, we lived on Cypress Street for 4 years in the apartment building at 280 Cypress Street. And so we're pretty conscious of the neighborhood and walked it a lot. The neighborhood is already dotted with a couple of what I will call taller buildings, which I don't think have destroyed the neighborhood, but there's only a few of them. One of the things that has occurred to me is the design of what may be involved here, more so than necessarily the particular zoning on a site. It is a very attractive neighborhood. If I were a tourist in town, nothing would suit me more than to walk along the waterfront and wander through that neighborhood. The housing there is many of them are classics. They're irreplaceable, and I get the desire to protect it. I must admit I'm always a bit surprised by the projections for population growth, because I would expect over time that it would be a very desirable neighborhood to live in for a whole series of reasons. Having said that, do you think that some of the, and they're very legitimate concerns that you've expressed and others have expressed, and we've had lots of correspondence, as you know, could be addressed perhaps with, on the design more necessarily than the precise zoning? I must admit, I find somewhat appealing the concept of what you're proposing on what I call the high side of Terminal Avenue. It's already gone that way and is going to go that way. So I'd just be interested in your comments around the design issue as opposed to necessarily the zoning in and of itself.
Well, of course, first of all, we're not talking about zoning today, we're talking about land designation. And zoning is a whole completely different issue, and certainly within the 14-meter height limit, that we have a lot of opportunities for design, and we have some projects already in train that have actually gone a bit above that height limit, but they've been providing it through a design aspect. And we've actually supported those projects. So, but today we're talking essentially about land use designation. And what we're trying to do is just say that all of Newcastle is a neighborhood. We're surrounded by oceans of yellow, of suburban neighborhood. I don't know if you've actually looked at the actual map of the city, but there's a lot of suburban neighborhood out there. We're doing our part in terms of not reacting against densification of our neighborhood, but we feel we just need some little bit of support in ensuring that we're a livable neighborhood. What used to be I live at 225 Cypress. I know exactly the building you're talking about. It's a 4-story. I live in a 4-story building, and yours is a 4-story apartment across the street, which has 150 residents in it. And that's great. That's part of Newcastle. Across the street from us on 542 Vancouver was a very well-known drugs house that's now been sold, and there's a family with 3 children who are moving into that. So we have 3 children across the street, and we have 24, a lot of us seniors, on the other side of the street. So we have a very mixed and a very diverse and a very livable and walkable neighborhood. We're not afraid of density. We're just looking for a little leg up to say, let's just particularly prevent this roller coaster, which you've got high on Terminal Avenue, then lower at Vancouver, then you go back up on Stewart, and then back up on Newcastle. It doesn't make sense. It didn't make sense to us back in 2010 when we were dealing with the neighborhood plan, but at that time, our biggest concern was the 2 25-story towers that the Nanaimo Shipyard wanted to build, and the 12-plus story hotel that is still being considered for waterfront suites. So, and at that time, as I say, if you go back to the original official plan, you'll see this whole area was painted orange. It's almost as if people didn't realize what it was, and we just thought it's just a little step between downtown and Brecon and everywhere else, and nobody will notice if we paint it orange. Well, we've noticed.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you, Ms. Mitchell. Thank you very much, Ms. Mitchell. Keeps going off and on. Really appreciate your points, and I agree with your points. I think that's really important. Having lived in Vancouver in the North Shore, living in the concrete jungle, as I called it, was not pleasant. There's certain places, as we've discussed earlier, for that, and I agree with what you're saying, that I think the 4 stories would be, to me, it would be acceptable, and I'm prepared to make that motion when it's appropriate time.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
And Councillor Bonner.
Thank you, Chair. My question is, I'm sort of liking the concept of what you're describing here. My question, I guess, would be is, would you be in favor, and you sort of hinted at it, of a graduated slope of buildings so that you would have the taller buildings on the town site, and it would slope down to, say, 3 stories down at the water, so that views aren't being blocked, things along those lines. I'm looking at, Google Maps right now, and there's a lot of buildings on Vancouver that are more than 8 stories tall. And so it's sort of already happened, and I don't know how they got in there, but it wasn't me that voted on it. So is that something that would be applicable, the neighborhood would agree to?
Well, in fact, because the land is sloped naturally, even if you had 4 stories throughout the neighborhood, which is what we're suggesting, topography would deal with the view situation. I do want to say that we only have really 4 buildings that are what I quote high-rise within Newcastle, and 3 of those were built before even Plan Nanaimo. The one at Townside is 1991. The other's Newcastle is about the 1960s. The only one that was built recently was the one at 225 Rose Hill, and that was originally supposed to be a 4-story building, And the council of the day was convinced that what would be appropriate was what's called in planning terms a point tower, and it would be better to build up rather than to build flat. And that's the reason that we have that building there. The rest of them were actually built before the city even had an official plan. So we don't have that many, quote, high-rise buildings. We only have about 4. The rest of them are 3, 4-story, tons of small rental units and condominiums like ours.
Didn't quite answer my question.
Yeah, I said at the beginning that the topography already takes care of it.
Yeah,
And
so
actually,
I guess my question was, would you be okay with 6-story buildings on town site and then going down to 4?
on terminal.
Terminal, yeah.
Let's not expand it. The reason that we recommended that only 4 stories on terminal was because, especially in the 500 block of Vancouver, there are quite a few heritage buildings, which we talked about the last time we were here. And that gives you, by making it 4-story, at least gives a little bit more privacy to those historic buildings that are on Vancouver that are residential now, and probably will not be redeveloped, but will remain as residential. The other issue with the east side of terminal, and it's actually a problem on the other side, is that from a transportation perspective, and I'm sure Mr. Sims can talk about this quite well, is that transportation does not really want that many more accesses onto Terminal Avenue, and would prefer that accesses would be from a laneway behind Terminal Avenue and the next block down. And this laneway is somewhat set aside on the west side of Terminal. There'll be a project called The Station coming in for you to look at some point, which is a lovely project, and they've managed to squeeze in a laneway behind their building. But on the east side of Terminal, where I live, for example, they're not going to put that laneway in until our building falls down. So that there is no access, no laneway access on the east-west side of Terminal to access buildings that might be built on Terminal themselves, because that's the narrowest portion of Terminal in the entire city, between about Cypress and down to Rosehill, and the transportation is not interested in getting more accesses onto Terminal from various buildings. So development is restricted in terms of how, especially on the east side. Whereas the north side, we've already, as a community, loved the station project and would like to see more of that. So the north side is 6, east side would be 4, and then as you're going down to the waterfront, the topography takes care of it.
Yeah, thank you. I learn a lot when you come here, so thank you.
Thank you. I could sit and talk about Newcastle forever if you want to.
Well, it'll be up to her over there.
Thank you. And I don't see any further questions, so thank you very much.
Okay, we'll wait patiently till you get to that subject matter. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next delegate is Peter, and I'm hoping I pronounced this right, Giovando.
Thank you very much. My name is Peter Giovando, and I live at 225 Newcastle Avenue. I'm a longtime resident of the Newcastle neighborhood. For the last 35 years, my wife and I have lived in a heritage home on Newcastle Avenue. And like the owners of most of the other heritage homes in that neighborhood, over the years, we've spent a lot of time and energy and money in maintaining that house. And I want to say that I appreciate the fact that at your last meeting, you passed a resolution which acknowledges the significance of heritage homes in the Newcastle neighborhood. I had an opportunity yesterday to review the staff report with respect to this issue. And from reading page 25 of the report, my understanding is that the rationale for these 6-story buildings on Stewart and Terminal is that they were allowed in the 2011 neighborhood plan. In other words, that's the way it was in the neighborhood plan, so why change it? There are lots of reasons why it should be changed. The neighborhood plan is not a perfect document. If it can be improved by making changes in the new city plan, those changes should be considered based on their merits. They should not be dismissed simply because they are different from what's in the neighborhood plan. If that approach was taken, positive change would never happen. Now, I believe that the greatest threat to the Newcastle neighborhood would be to allow 6-story buildings along Stewart and Terminal. Doing that is going to, as I said in my letter, slice up the neighborhood into thin bands of alternating 4- and 6-story buildings. The problem is going to be made worse by the fact that the dividing line between those 4 bands will be right down the middle of each of the 4 blocks in the neighborhood. And the problem is going to be made even worse by the fact that the ground slopes down very steeply from Terminal to Stewart. For people living on Newcastle and on Vancouver, 6-story buildings are going to seem like a lot more than 6 stories. 6-story buildings are going to have huge impacts on the people living in the neighborhood. They're going to impact on their views, they're going to impact on their privacy, and they're going to impact on their sunlight. 6-story buildings are also inconsistent with the height of other buildings in the neighborhood. As Ms. Mitchell said, there's only 4 other buildings in the whole neighborhood that are higher than 4 stories. 6-story buildings are also inconsistent with the current zoning in the neighborhood, and they are certainly not necessary to accommodate greater density in the neighborhood. There are even stronger reasons for designating Stewart Avenue as neighborhood rather than corridor. Stewart Avenue is almost exclusively residential in nature. There are only 3 businesses along Stewart Avenue within the Newcastle neighborhood. They are the Travel Lodge just north of the Pearson Bridge, the hairdressing salon at the corner of Rose Hill and Stewart, and a small specialty food store further north near Cypress. Designating Stewart as a residential corridor is also inconsistent with the fact that all of the rest of Stewart is a designated neighborhood. And an even greater inconsistency is that although Brecken Road has much heavier traffic than Stewart Avenue, Brecken Road has been designated as suburban neighborhood, which limits the height of buildings to only 3 floors.
1 more minute.
The draft city plan states that 2 of its objectives are to, quote, maintain the character of neighborhoods and ensure that there are, quote, gentle height transitions between lower and higher density areas. In order to meet these objectives, I'm strongly urging you to give consideration to a height limit of 4 stories on buildings east of Terminal in the neighborhood. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'm not seeing any questions at this time, so we will move on to the presentation right now on Reimagine.
Can everybody hear me? All right, my name's Kasia Vegan, and I work in the Community Planning Department as a planner. All right, so we're here today to speak to you on the 2 last chapters of the city plan. We'll be discussing Part D, which is termed city structure and focuses on land use, and then Part E, which is termed taking action and focuses around development permit areas and neighborhoods. Followed by that, we'll talk about next steps and timeline. So starting with Part D, city structure. The conceptual city structure is our physical growth plan that puts our framework and goals into action. The graphic on your screen represents the integrated citywide system and layers these key networks. Part D of the draft city plan outlines 5 layers: growth management, blue and green network, land use plan, mobility network, and the parks, recreation, culture, and wellness. This new approach to planning for growth will allow us to harmonize and create efficiencies in our city. This diagram illustrates the integration of Nanaimo's city structure and our policy direction. While this example represents urban centers, the principle of integration are common to all the land uses. By identifying common desired outcomes, we can achieve our goals and targets through our integrated approach. If there's no questions or comments, I'm going to keep going.
I just wanted to go back to the conversation we had, I think it was 2 weeks ago as well, when we're looking at the points. I see that we've got community well-being and livability, but once again, we don't talk about public safety and security. Is that something that will be addressed, since that seems to be one of the #1 issues with our citizens?
Ms. Balpolsey.
Through the chair to Councillor Armstrong. In this particular section, we are focusing on the land uses. And I think you're referring back to the conversation we had where we talked about security, well-being within that section.
No, but I think it still comes into play within this section too, is my question.
Okay.
Or my point.
So with council's discretion, if that's something you want to discuss now, you could, or you could wait till later in the presentation. But we are covering specific land uses, not so much the policies related to security, safety, and well-being. So I think with all respect to council, it would be.
Okay, Ms. Gurry.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to Councillor Armstrong. So I believe it was at the last GPC 2 weeks ago, this did come up in conversation, and I believe there was a motion made about security and changing that section of the plan. And on May 9th, there'll be further discussion on that, where you can talk about that and its integration into the entire city plan. So that would be your opportunity then. You've raised it again now, but there was conversation 2 weeks ago at the GPC and some amendments proposed and motions made that will be discussed at May 9th fulsomely.
So you're saying that's a time to bring it forward? Because I'm thinking of in terms of, like, where we're placing supportive housing.
Yes.
Clinics, that type of stuff, which to me is a land use.
Yes, unless it comes up specifically in this presentation today, like in something we were speaking about.
Thank you.
Then May 9th would be the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Paulson.
Okay, thank you. And
Thank you.
exactly what she said.
Thank you very much for the clarification.
Okay.
Okay, moving forward, there's no more questions. Growth management. So the desired outcome is to continue to utilize the tools such as the city boundary and the urban containment boundary. This will allow us to focus growth and development so that our city is efficiently serviced, supports complete and compact communities, while protecting ecologically valuable and productive lands within and beyond our boundaries. The city plan proposes no changes to city boundary and the continued alignment with the RDN growth containment boundary. The one change proposed to the current urban containment boundary is to exclude the lands to the east of the Cable Bay Trail, which you'll see on the right-hand side of the screen at the very top, also known as the Ocean View lands. The blue and green network layer includes watersheds, sensitive areas, water bodies, and other related land uses. Our current approach includes significant protection through nature parks, development permit areas, tree and riparian area protection requirements, and engineering standards.
And one moment, I have Councillor Gesselbrock.
Okay. No worries.
On the slide with the last slide, the ocean.
Oh, the urban
Cable Bay,
boundary?
where the Cable Bay Trail is. So are we looking at everything south or east of the Cable Bay Trail? Are we looking at a boundary adjustment there, or just changing the zoning there? Are we going to move the boundary so that it just is on the Cable Bay Trail and that the other stuff will be kicked back to the RDN?
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Gesselbrock, we do have a slide that provides a bit more detail on that, but you are correct. We are looking to amend the urban containment boundary to align with the new designation, the resource management designation, and so it is a pullback, but they would remain within the city boundary.
And so the land that would go back to the RDN, it wouldn't go back?
No, it's still within our boundaries. It just wouldn't be serviced by sewer and water, for example.
Gotcha. So it's still in the city of Nanaimo, but within our urban containment boundary.
That's correct.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you.
Question?
Go ahead.
Councillor Armstrong.
Just following up on what Council Gesbrecht said, but that still doesn't stop somebody from trying to come back to council later to get those changes, correct? Like for sewer and water, if they decide they want to develop and a council of the day does that, unfortunately.
Through the chair, through to Councillor Armstrong, that's correct. Any member of the public can come forward and request an OSP amendment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. However, there's need to reinforce and raise awareness of the protection efforts that are currently underway at the city. So the city plan draft direction the intent is to include this new layer to signal the importance of these networks and how it relates to the building environment and the climate change adaptation. As our city and the climate change, our goal is to protect both urban development and ecosystem function with integrated adaptation strategies. If there's any questions? And otherwise, I'll keep going.
Thanks. Through the chair, it may be a point discussion later on. Just want to make sure, but there was.
Oh, your mic is muted. Oh, there it's back on.
May have opportunity to speak to it later on. I just want to flag it as something. There was feedback received from look like staff from the Ministry of Environment or from the province regarding sort of the scope of the DPA 1. Yeah, I just wanted to raise some of those points and just hear staff's commentary on it. But are we going to be hitting the DPAs later on in this presentation?
Yeah, through the chair to Council Gesselbrock, that is part of the presentation today, and we are proposing changes based on the motion that was passed by council. So we'll be discussing those. Lisa Brinkman will be discussing those towards the end of the presentation.
Okay, so I'll bring up the things then
okay.
From the feedback. Thank you.
That sounds great. Okay. The land use plan provides a framework to guide how future development can fit together to create vibrant and diverse areas for living, working, and experiencing our city. Although not a large departure from our current land use plan, the draft places even greater emphasis on growing inwards and utilizing existing services and infrastructure. The plan allocates space for higher densities and an expanded range of services, while at the same time continuing to strategically support lower density areas. So the land use plan is comprised of a mix of land uses with varying forms, functions, and densities. This table provides a high-level summary of the land uses that comprise the land use plan. And the following slides will provide a high-level overview of the intent, typical building forms, and uses, and target densities for each of the land use designations. So I just wanted to make a note that the target densities shown on the right-hand side column are not intended to regulate actual densities on individual lots. This is the function of the zoning bylaw. The intent of the target density is to describe the general density and massing for the overall land use designation. A development proposal may propose a density above or below this target. So this illustration provides a general overview of the residential building heights and densities associated with land use where residential is permitted. The draft city plan recognizes and reflects that the fact that people choose different housing types based on personal needs and lifestyles at different life stages. So you'll see on the left-hand side, you have the highest densities and taller buildings, and it transitions down to lower density and lower buildings. All right, so now focusing on the urban centers. The draft plan identifies 7 urban centers which are founded on the existing concentration of commercial and residential uses in our city. The 7 centers also mirror the 7 mobility hubs of the Transportation Master Plan. The city plan brings land use and transportation together to align our future urban centers and mobility hubs, and proposing these as complete communities, where a person could find the housing, employment, and services they need for daily living. The proposal is for 1 primary urban center, known as the downtown, and 6 secondary urban centers, and those include Woodgrove, Nanaimo North, Country Club, VIU, the hospital, and Southgate. However, with 7 urban centers, there is the risk that we get a little bit everywhere. but not enough in any one to realize the complete communities that are envisioned. So to reduce the risk of spreading ourselves too thin, the city plan outlines a policy of hierarchy of city investment in urban centers. The policy recognizes that growth proposed in centers with infrastructure capacity restrictions will not be supported until funding and planning are in place for upgrading. This will help direct city resources and investment in a prioritized fashion. This is not to say there would be no investment in one area until high priorities are complete, but it would be consideration when reviewing capital planning.
I see Councillor Brown has a question.
Thanks, Madam Chair. With respect to the hierarchy, I'm curious, what was the criteria that led to the ranking, and how did that criteria result in Woodgrove being ahead of Hospital and University?
Okay, through the chair, I forgot in my introductions to introduce you again to Jana Zielinski, who is one of the lead consultants from Lanark, who's with us here today and will be helping us answer questions. So I'm going to pass this one over to her. So you just mute there.
Thank you.
Through the chair. Thanks, everyone. So for a little bit of background on how they were initially identified, it was primarily based on the second phase of engagement and a lot of the workshop discussions that we had with the community and some of the priorities that we were hearing from that. From there, we have had additional opportunities to have reviews with city staff around servicing, as well as we're gaining feedback. Closer? Oh, right in here? How's that? Okay. So we've had an opportunity to do more analysis around servicing, as well as getting round 3 engagement, which just ended on Friday. So we're analyzing that. So with that, part of our review process will be to add those new inputs into the identification of priorities and bring that back. So there may be some adjustments. We've heard some feedback that could adjust those priorities and come back with the more structured recommendation during the review process. But that was something that we did want to take into the round 3 of engagement.
Thank you. Councillor Brown, did you have a?
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. Just to follow up, so if I understood correctly, we will be getting this back with the with the information on how these were ranked.
Through the chair, yes. So what we want to do is add a little bit of information based on the next round of feedback that we've heard and bring back whether it's the exact same recommendation or a refined recommendation based on that information.
Okay, so just one more additional question then. So the technical analysis occurred after the public engagement?
Actually, it was occurring at the same time as phase 3 engagement, so staff engagement was being done as well. So what you're seeing here was based primarily on phase 2 engagement, which happened last fall. And then the new information, including the staff review as well as the public engagement, will inform an updated review of that.
Okay, so sorry, Madam Chair, just triggering follow-ups for me. So then what information was given to the public to help inform them about how they would rank these type of items?
So the public received a review of the draft plan. So that was basically the background information about what was recommended in the initial recommendation based on what we heard in phase 2. And we're gaining public feedback on whether that aligns with what the public feels they shared and whether it needs to be updated going forward.
Okay, so just public feeling, nothing further than that.
Yes, correct. So the technical information will be folded into this phase of review.
Okay, and so, yeah, so if I'm understanding correctly, the public had really no information other than their own feelings on how they would rank these.
Generally, yes. I think that might be a good way to interpret it, is that I think there was a good sense of where community priorities were lying, but we didn't have a full story on the technical side of it, which we have a better picture on that now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
I have Councillor Bonner.
Thank you, Chair. In regards, similar lane, regarding Woodgrove, are we calling these things urban centers because they're walkable, or are we calling them urban centers because there's a whole bunch of shopping there?
Okay, through the chair, I'll attempt this one. There's, as you know, they're currently called urban nodes. So basically, we wanted to reflect that this is where we're hoping to see an ongoing concentration. and a mix of different uses in these centers. So currently they're based on where we see those existing concentrations of either institutional and housing, in the case of the hostel area, residential in the downtown, and Woodgrove, while it's primarily at this point a mix of commercial uses, to see that ongoing concentration. The term urban center is the fact that it is a center within the different areas of Nanaimo, and urban to reflect the language that it's not residential and it's that intention. I don't know if Ms. Zielinski's got any further, but we decided the word nodes didn't mean a whole lot to the regular community. I never say I'm going downtown to a node to do shopping, so.
Just further to that a little bit, the intent is that that's a future vision, and so we want it to become that urban center, and the goal for each of these 7 that are articulated is that they all have missing parts, and the hope through that and through this plan is we'll be able to start adding in those missing parts. And they're all a little bit different, but we want to get that cohesive set of ingredients that help work towards the urban center. So while Woodgrove isn't maybe considered walkable now, that's something that we want to build into the future as we start planning ahead.
And will we see that? How are you going to build it in the future, in the plan?
I guess I'd like to say that many of the visuals we have in the document show how we wish to see that be achieved. And so we already see the evolution of that in the downtown, to some extent Nanaimo North, in terms of how we make that happen. I don't know if that answers your question, or?
Well, I can see it in the downtown area. Yeah. We're adding more residential in an area where it didn't exist before. And that by itself will create a sort of a walkable neighborhood, in that it is relatively easy to walk around, sidewalks on both sides of the street, generally more people on the streets, a number of stores that cater to basically a broad range of needs. I just don't see the same thing at Woodgrove. It's lacking, like, are we like ripping up parking lots and putting in housing, which would make a big difference and make it much more walkable in terms of that way. Yeah. Is that the plan? Yeah. Did anybody tell them?
So through the chair, and I might also duck over to Mr. Lindsay specifically with that particular land, the mall specifically, but the idea is, and to echo Ms. Zielinski, is this is a vision. And so just because what we see on the ground now is a lot of parking lot and a very concrete looking setup doesn't mean that that's the vision in the future. The vision in the future is to have an integration of uses that allows for residential close to the grocery store that's there, all the different amenities, and a fleshing out of that significant area. So for each of the centers, that's the vision, and I think, as Ms. Zielinski said, filling those missing pieces. The other important piece with the urban centers is the Transportation Master Plan has those transportation hubs, and our planning aligns very directly with transportation hubs filling in those centers, and also with the RDN's transit planning as well with their routes. So it is that future vision. That's why we're doing this, and we're aspiring to build on what's already there in those concentrations and fill in the gaps.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Gesselbrock.
Just in terms of specific policies that support the prioritization, I'm imagining sort of, if in our OCP we have these sort of hierarchy of priorities, one way that we'll be prioritizing would be sort of city investment in items like transportation amenities or different elements that would make a complete node. Is there any other policy specifically that will signal and demonstrate a prioritization of these, potentially maybe like pre-zoning some areas in those priority nodes for what we're hoping to see there? I'm just curious what other policies will be in place to help in that prioritization. Thank you.
I'll just, through the chair, I will mention one specific policy, and that's around area planning. And I suspect Ms. Began will speak to this a little bit further. But the idea is that each of those 7 urban centers are intended to have an area plan. And this actually responds to Councillor Bronner's previous question as well, is that's the chance for us to do the next step. So the city plan will, at a high level, identify where they are and the desired elements that will go. But we know each are a little bit special. The area plan is the next level down, where you would actually look in and zoom into each of those 7 urban centers and create a more specific plan that talks about here's more specific steps, development areas, transportation components that we are going to really prioritize and work on in order to advance that vision. By setting a priority, that will actually set priority to which area plans get completed first. And so that's another tool that we can start to identify to say, this is how we're going to try to move certain urban centers forward a little bit more quickly than we could without doing that.
Great, thank you. Just to follow up, yeah, I guess like my concern, I mean, I imagine the zoning for each of these areas, I'm not sure if they were all zoned in the last plan in the OCP as urban nodes, but in the interim where there's no specific area plan, is there anything that is going to immediately distinguish each of these nodes from the other in terms of priority, you know, given to development permits that will be applied for, or is there anything else that will distinguish them to help support more focus from the development community on particular areas?
Okay, through the chair to Councillor Gastelbark, there's a couple pieces here. One is there are some areas where we know that there would need to be significant investment in infrastructure in order for more density to go ahead. I think as Mr. Zielinski is saying, the area plans, which are an integral part to making these cohesive improvements to these areas, is key. But where council has the opportunity, and then there's also the chicken and egg piece. You have to have willing landowners ready to want to redevelop or develop some of those sites. And so one of the things you see here is a flexibility in that if, for example, something major happens at the university and they are ready to go, council isn't going to, we're not going to recommend pausing on that, but we have to make sure the infrastructure is in place to support that. And so there's a conversation with council about, okay, well, what does this mean and what investment does that mean on the part of the developer versus us in helping them achieve that? So what we do know is that the community overwhelmingly supported downtown as the primary urban center, and that was across the city. So not just those who lived downtown, and that real focal point of this being the arts, entertainment, residential, walkability, the waterfront, and all of those pieces. So with the downtown, that's a very clear focus from the community, and with the rest, it's that desire when they live in those areas that they feel their areas also evolve, that they're not, most of those investments aren't just happening in one place, but in their recognized areas. I don't know if Mr. Sims or Mr. Lindsay would like to add on to this, and I should have introduced that you've got a whole team and cross-section here, so. Or maybe I've done a great job, I don't know.
Mr. Sims?
Thanks, Chair, appreciate it. I think one of the things that drives it is the investment in, and I like to use the word sewer, which is really not very sexy, but it's one of the challenges that we have. So where we, you know, all up and down the city, we have certain bottlenecks that may impede growth. And so it's just an example, and you could apply it to mobility as well as water. But our focus, of course, is going to make sure that the downtown sewer capacity is well served, and that the prioritization may choose or may elect where we direct further investment in our sewer system, as an example. So Woodgrove or one of the other, the hospital, VIU, are the sort of primary areas, and some of the more outlying areas have challenges with capacity, and they may need to wait or may need to have developers take on the upgrade of the city system. I don't know if that helps or hinders, but it's, you know, we're looking at it at a whole network approach, but where we've got some of the pinch points, that may help as well. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, Ms. Paul Singh actually started to answer the question that's
been in my mind. Oh, there we go. Just feeling a little bit uncomfortable as we talk about future development of these urban centers, and we're speaking in terms as if we, as a city, have total control over what is in these areas. And I haven't heard any reference, except your quick statement about getting input from the actual people who own the land and own the shopping centers, and how they see their land as being developed in future. And I recognize that some councillors don't like parking lots, and maybe some landowners or mall owners would argue that they need at least some parking for those horrible vehicles that people drive on our roads, because if there is no parking, people won't come to the stores and they will shut down. So I guess my ramble is leading up to this question: where's the opportunity for input on the actual people who own the land?
Okay, through the chair to Councillor Thorpe. Of course, we've had a very broad phase of input for the whole community. We have had meetings specifically open to developers. What I will also say, and I may turn over to Mr. Lindsay, is that some of what you see here in these priorities is based on prior conversations with some of those landowners about their future intentions. Now, the timing as to which they might wish to move ahead is a little bit of a crystal ball, but I'm wondering if Mr. Lindsay might be able to support specifically around, without compromising anybody's confidences, on some of the bigger picture conversations with larger landowners in these centres.
Mr. Lindsay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would certainly add that, you know, we've had numerous conversations in recent years with what I would call the major malls in the community. And Nanaimo is not unlike other cities that have kind of gone through this evolution of our malls, and we're now seeing these mall owners come back to us and doing things that we would have thought unthinkable a decade ago, which is, let's talk about residential, and mall owners really talking about a recognition of needing to provide more opportunities for residential on their development. So, of course, in Nanaimo, one of the good things we have is a number of malls where there's large land holdings where that can happen. So we have had recent discussions. I think those are, I'm not telling any secrets here. Certainly they've been public about, you know, visions for redeveloping what used to be called Rutherford Mall, Midtown, or Northtown Mall, sorry, I lose track of the names. Certainly more recent discussions with the owners of Woodgrove Mall, who are looking very specifically at opportunities for redeveloping those sites. And the policies that we have here are absolutely in keeping with what we're hearing from those property owners. We've also circled back to those property owners and made sure that they're aware that the plan has come forward and that they have the opportunity to provide input. So we want to make sure that they're certainly aware of that.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm not opposed to looking at possible redevelopment plans on some of these sites, and I think we're all aware of those possible long-term future changes. But we're also aware of proponents that are interested in at least one of those sites because of the space available for parking, which is not available in the current location that they own. So I throw that out there as something that we need to keep in mind, that we don't control every decision in this process.
Can I just respond to that, Madam Chair? I think that's a good point, and I do think that these operators are still mindful of the need to accommodate those people coming to the site. So I think what you'll see over time is a transition away from surface parking to either under building parking or podium parking. Those certainly in the discussions that we've had recently with development. I think you've seen that to some degree in the concepts that were brought to you regarding the Green Thumb property. Recognition there's going to be parking, but it's going to be done not in a surface way. And surface parking land has just become too valuable to dedicate it to surface parking, and it needs to be thoughtfully incorporated into a development, but likely underground or under building.
Thanks, Mr. Lindsay, and I won't belabor this. And again, I totally agree, but recognizing that underground parking, although desirable, is extremely expensive.
Thank you. And no further questions. We can continue.
Okay. Thank you. Next, we're going to be speaking to the urban center building heights. So our current approach is that high-rise is supported equally in all urban nodes and commercial centers. City plan draft direction is for the primary urban center, which is the downtown, to support minimum 2 stories and up to 12 stories with taller buildings supported in specific locations. And for the 6 secondary urban centers, support a minimum of 2 stories and up to 12 stories with potential limited additional heights where community benefit is provided. So I'm going to provide just a quick overview of the primary urban center, which represents the downtown. And the intent of the standalone designation is to reflect the community's desires expressed both in phase 1 and phase 2 of public engagement for this area to be the heart of the city. The land use reflects the highest mix of buildings, forms, uses, density to help achieve it being the city's distinct cultural, economic, and mobility hub, like we just talked about. In regards to the secondary urban center, the designation is intended to act as a large-scale urban centers that serve the entire city. Lands designated as secondary are typically already anchored by public institutions and employment centers. Similar to the primary urban center, the land use supports a broad range of building forms, uses, and densities. So although the current OCP supports focusing growth in our urban centers with utilizing similar tools around use and density, the existing plan supports a car-centric model of development by permitting large areas of surface parking, freestanding retail, standalone commercial, and drive-throughs like we were just talking about. In order to successfully achieve the desired outcomes of the draft city plan, a shift away from single-story, single-use, car-centric building forms is proposed. The draft plan recognizes and carries forward the important policies of integrating land use and mobility to achieve compact, complete communities, but places even greater emphasis through policy on shifting away from a car-centric scale of development towards a human scale of development. The following policies support this shift, and they're listed there on the right-hand side under the big move policies. 1, supporting large-scale format retail stores like we have in many of our current urban centers, provided they are designed in a mixed-use format. This policy recognizes that large-scale format retail stores will continue to be supported at the same size and scale they are today. 2, not supporting new large areas of surface parking and drive-throughs in urban centers, and instead shifting the majority of parking under the building, as we just spoke. And 3, supporting commercial, office, and residential uses, but in a mixed-use format.
And
these proposed policies,
we have a question.
Okay.
Councillor Armstrong.
Yeah.
Thank you. I actually have 2 questions. One of the concerns I have when we're looking at not the support of the drive-throughs, you're only talking in the urban nodes, or would be other areas, for the simple fact that I know it's been done in other cities, it's been challenged in the courts because of accessibility issues, especially when we're talking about pharmacies. Like COVID showed us the importance of drive-throughs to the communities. We're moving towards electric vehicles, so that will eliminate some of the idling issues. So why are we building that into a plan when it goes against what the community wants?
So through the chair to Councillor Armstrong, we do actually have slides that speak to staff's recommendation about potentially changing that policy. So I don't know if you want to wait till then, or we can discuss it now. But we are talking about perhaps discouraging those uses as opposed to saying we do not support them, given that in some circumstances where the site design is appropriate, they could be supported.
I guess my concern too is that 70% of the revenue comes from drive-throughs for many of the places, so we're going to put people out of business. That's a concern I have. I understand the needs for the environment, absolutely no doubt, but we are moving to the electric vehicles. We don't have as many emissions, and if we drop the drive-throughs, then we're going to have big parking lots to make these businesses viable. So I'm very concerned about that, but I'll wait till later. And then my second question was, and this goes towards insurance, with the mixed-use developments, and perhaps I'm going to look to Councillor Martman, as that's her area of expertise. I hear from lots of people that are going into the mixed-use developments to rent that they can't get insurance because they can't afford it, because the insurance is more dollars when you have commercial below, especially if it's a restaurant. Mm-hmm. So is that something that we're looking at when we want to make businesses affordable? Like when we start pushing that you got to have commercial, now all of a sudden we have people that can't afford to get insurance because we've made them live above a commercial area. So that's a concern I have, or is there something that we can do to address that?
I will respond to the insurance. Actually, the insurance industry moved to where residences above commercial buildings was becoming more prevalent, especially in municipalities like Vancouver, Victoria, etc. Above a restaurant, yes, you'll definitely pay a higher rate, but if you're above a office building or optometrist or retail, it might be a small surcharge. So it is available, but it is a bit higher.
Thank you.
First of all, Madam Chair, thank you for the help in the answer. 'Cause, I'm not sure I had one off the top of my head regarding the insurance, but we could certainly follow up with more information if needed. What I did want to note, though, and I think this is important, is the plan and the policies speak to mixed-use developments as supporting it. But that doesn't mean that every building within an urban center in our minds has to have a residential building with commercial at the ground floor. It means within the urban centers themselves, there'll be a mix of uses, and some buildings may be all residential, and that's appropriate, and some may be multi-story buildings that are a mix of office and commercial uses. So I just wanted to make sure it was clear that we weren't advocating that every single building had to have commercial at the ground floor. There could be designated residential buildings for sure.
Thank you.
And Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Chair.
There we go. Thank you. I just wanted to put in a bookmarker that I'll wait, as Councillor Armstrong has indicated as well, and be very interested in the future or the change in the language that staff is suggesting. But I want to make it very clear that as an individual councillor, I would not be I would not be in favor of language that reads that we do not support drive-throughs. I think for economic and for also social reasons, as Councillor Armstrong mentioned, that's totally unacceptable to me. So again, I'll be interested in the change in language, and we can debate it further then, I suppose. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. And not seeing any further questions. Okay.
Okay, I'm just going to finish my point on this slide. So these proposed policies still allow the types of businesses that currently operate in Nanaimo and that some residents have expressed a desire for. They do, however, shift the building form in which they are offered. Without this policy shift, we will be very challenged to achieve the goals of the Nanaimo framework and the desired outcomes of the draft city plan. So these policies will allow us to, just to emphasize this a bit more, is achieve our GHG targets, the need for more green spaces to reduce heat impacts and maintain enhanced watershed and ecosystem health. It will allow us for vibrant and busy mixed-use cores with integrated, affordable, and supportive housing options for all ages. It will allow us for residents to meet their daily needs, car-free, provided for a robust active transportation network, and a frequent and rapid transit system that has a ridership needed to make it a success. It will further allow residents to access recreation, health programs, childcare, activities, and places to socialize within walking distance of where they live, work, and recreate. And lastly, it'll create vibrant retail streets and centers where new development is surrounded around strong employment magnets such as key civic, commercial, and institutional destinations, which in turn create new jobs and draw people to the urban centers. So this is a slide I was referring to. So we are at the stage now in our city's development where we're looking to grow inwards and better utilize existing land and renew the spaces we do have. This means shifting to a mixed-use building form, examples of which we already have in our city. The image on your left represents a mixed-use style drive-through gas station with a laundromat, gas bar, and retail on the ground floor with residential above. Another great example is Port Place Mall. Redevelopment of this site has led to a mix of retail and office uses that serve the wider community. An alternative consideration council could consider is amending the policy on the screen to read discourage new large areas of surface parking and drive-throughs in urban centers. That's specific to urban centers. This would build in flexibility where an appropriate site design and building form are proposed. An example being the image on your right, a mixed-use development that has incorporated drive-through option on the site's design. We can maybe have a discussion on that. I just have one more slide regarding urban centers, which is related to neighborhood centers. That relates to the delegation's request for this designation, so I can keep going, or we can have a discussion on the points I just spoke to.
At this point, I don't see any further questions, so.
Okay, I just have one more slide then. Okay, so lastly, we have a new designation term neighborhood center, and the intent of this new neighborhood center designation is to act as a neighborhood gathering and service destination for local residents. Examples of lands designated as neighborhood center would include Departure Bay, Jingle Pot, and the University Village area. Typical building forms would include mixed-use development with low to mid-rise apartments, townhouses, and a minimum of height of 2 stories and up to 4 stories. And now maybe we can have a discussion regarding the slides that were just presented. Thank you.
And I don't see anybody at this time, so we can continue.
Okay.
Oh, Councillor Bonner now.
I appreciate the humor that Councillor Thorpe likes to poke at me when we talk about cars and parking and stuff like that. And having read forward in our agenda today, knowing full well that we're going to talk about the need to deal with auto-centric things, which is why I brought up my question about Woodgrove, which is extremely auto-centric. And how do we get past that? How do we find ways to create customers that actually are a walk away from the commercial area? So how do we build more residential in an area where it's entirely dominated by large stores and parking lots? I'm fine with what we've done here. I think it's a good approach. I would suggest to Councillor Armstrong that if a model is based on requiring a drive-through, that it's 70% of the revenue. If there is no drive-through, then the walk-in traffic is actually 100% of the revenue. Doesn't necessarily mean they're going to lose 75% of the revenue. And if we're able to put 350 families, right, within 2 minutes of a store or a restaurant or McDonald's, we're already building in the ability for those commercial places to do that. So that was my concern here, is how do we get past the mistakes that we have made in the past so that we're not making the same mistakes in the future. And to me, that's what a plan is all about, is to how do we get us there? And which, again, my question is, okay, it's all pavement right now, how do we get past that? And so thank you for that. Thanks for the job, appreciate it. But it's always fun being here. So I have no more questions other than that comment. Thank you. Here we go.
Mayor? Oh, here we go.
Thank you very much. You know, I'm always intrigued by the debate around drive-throughs. I don't use them myself currently, but certainly reflect back on a time when I did use them when children were young and strapped in car seats in the back of the vehicle. And even then I didn't use them much because it's just not my nature, but I certainly see a lot of younger parents doing it. And one of the things that occurred to me today is that Councillor Bonner's raised a point. I mean, if there's no drive-throughs, then people will presumably, or many of them at least, will be using the restaurant. And I think most of us are thinking of Timmy's when we say that, or perhaps the Dairy Queen. But I'm not sure that's going to serve that type of customer, and it'll be that straightforward. I mean, there's lots of old guys my age you see gathering for their morning coffee at Timmy's, and they're coming and they park their cars. I don't know that they would walk necessarily, and then you see others who are going through the drive-through with alarming regularity, clearly in a rush on the way to work. And I've never understood why you can't make a coffee at home myself, but that's my nature and my age. I'm looking at staff for some guidance on this. I mean, what are the latest urban planners, studiers, the experts say about drive-throughs in terms of environmental impact and use? Can someone offer me some comment?
I'll start with one comment through the chair, if that's okay, and then I'll pass it on to others, because I actually think this is a fascinating discussion, and there's no perfect answer out there. Apologies for that. But one of the, I think, key reasons why we look at this or have these discussions is actually around that concept of walkability. And so there is the environmental impacts, which is a big one, but there's also an emphasis from our community, despite that we're all using drive-throughs, that we also tell ourselves we want a walkable community. And often these things haven't in the past gone hand in hand. And so now we're trying to find ways, and I think with the adjustment to the policy, I actually think it's an improvement, because it's not, there are actually communities that are doing studies to determine to outlaw drive-throughs, But there's a lot of communities that are just trying to do it better and put together a plan that requires both walkability and, in certain cases, make the flexibility to support drive-throughs. And so trying to walk that middle ground often seems to be the preferred outcome, and try to accommodate what we're seeing as we're an evolving community. We know what we want. We're not quite ready to sacrifice some of the things we're very used to get there, but what can we put in place to help us make steps and progress over the next 10, 15 years that we're going to be doing better when we're looking back on that? So I'll add, I guess, a little bit of a philosophical answer, not a final answer, but see if any others want to comment.
Thank you. And now I have Councillor Brown and then Councillor Armstrong.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I don't think drive-throughs are the best thing in the world, but I think they take up way too much airtime for how much implementation and how often they get built. I'm kind of a firm believer, if you get all the other stuff right, you're going to find yourself with very few drive-throughs because they just don't make a lot of market potential, and then they cut up into very expensive land. But I'm fine with however council goes on this particular matter, because I just think we're going to spend a lot of debate on something that is so marginal in comparison to some of the other big items that are considered and being planned for. So I hope we don't spend too much time debating drive-throughs. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Armstrong.
I was just going to say, I think the term discouraged looks after what I'm looking at, because then it would be looked at a case-by-case area. Like for me, I did a lot of research on it to see what is happening, and they're saying the bans, because we're moving towards electric vehicles, are kind of going to be not relevant. And the other thing is, when they did this, and this is a University of Carolina, I think is the one I looked at, 77% of people were in favor of drive-throughs, and that's out of, I think, 10 or 12,000. So I think, and I go back to this again, this is supposed to be about what the community wants, not what council wants, not what some of us believe is the right thing, because we all believe differently. And I think that's really important. I think sometimes we've lost track of that in this process. And I think Councillor Thorpe has said the same thing, that it's too council-driven, it needs to be community-driven, and if those are questions that are really important, they need to go to the community. Nowhere when I did that survey did I see should we ban drive-throughs. And that's a huge issue for me. Like, when we're going to start making big policy decisions on these, and those questions have not been put to the community, I very much struggle with that. But I think the discourage word, we'll look after it, and we'll leave it to the future councils of the day to deal with it as those arise. But again, it goes to accessibility. That was a huge issue. And it's not just restaurants that have drive-throughs, it's banks, it's pharmacies. And, a family with 4 little kids, they don't always want to get out of the car, take all their little kids in, because you can't leave them alone in the car, because then they're going to be charged. So, there's bigger pictures than just that. And I think with the move to, like I said, to electric cars, that's going to look after a lot of the questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gesselbrock.
Thank you.
It's coming.
Yeah, I think that the whole discussion around drive-throughs is really distracting. Like, I read this policy is saying that we're going to try not to waste space in our urban centers so that we can get density and the style of build that pedestrian friendly and allows for an affordable city. I think people are very concerned about affordability, and whether it's a gas vehicle or electric vehicle, it's expensive to maintain a vehicle, and we're looking to live in places that we can afford. It's expensive out there, and I think the new model is building and focusing more density in these urban centers and building it so that it can bring down the costs, in many metrics for the city and for individuals. And so I think that we need to really recognize what this policy is about, and whether it's discourage or do not support, I think we need to really look forward to what we're trying to achieve. And so it doesn't really matter to me, what the language is. Discourage always leaves it wide open. And so I think that there is always a tendency to try to recreate, what we've always done in the past. And I don't think that we can afford to do that. Like, I'm not trying to build the city of my childhood. It doesn't make any sense. My parents used to drop all the time at drive-throughs, at McDonald's, and all I can say I got from that is stomach aches and, probably wasted nutrition. And so, there is a need to be able to, to move around the city. But yeah, I think we just need to focus on what we're trying to achieve. Thank you.
Thank you. And I see no, Councillor Brown.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, again, I think this, when we're talking about the type of vehicle, that's not the primary, I think, driver of when we're talking about walkability, where I think you're really speaking to about how the space is used, for the amount of curb cuts, vehicles moving through areas that you want pedestrians and things like that. So again, I think, a lot of that can be mitigated through effective urban design. It doesn't need to be this high level of policy statement. But one thing I do think is actually important is I do note that the large areas of surface parking and drive-throughs are sort of lumped in there together. And so the statement speaks to both of them. While I personally think the debate on drive-throughs is kind of inconsequential for the most part when it comes to denying on the amount that we'll see, I do think the policy statement around large areas of surface area parking is important. So I just flagged that. I don't know if, in my mind, it would make sense to divorce them and have them as separate pieces, but just putting that out there. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I agree with Councillor Brown on his last comment and also his previous comment. I don't think we should be spending too much more time on this. Having said that, I'll prolong it a little bit. It seems to me that we can't have it both ways. We want to discourage large areas of surface parking, which drive-through might help accommodate, but we don't want drive-throughs either. So if people aren't going to use the drive-through, they're going to surface park. And I agree with Mayor Krogh that I'm sorry, at this point in our city's history, people are not going to be walking to the drive-throughs or the restaurants. They drive there. And, I've certainly heard it said that visioning, you should have one eye on the stars, but the other eye should be on the road right in front of you. And it's fine to talk about ideals in the future, and that's great, but I think we also have to deal with the reality of today. So I'm not totally comfortable with the word discourage. I don't think the two items should be lumped together as they are. I think that's a little bit confusing. So we might want to look at that, but I'm not going to prolong this any further. Thanks.
Thank you. And not seeing any further speakers, we can continue. Mr. Lindsay.
Madam Chair, if just listening to the conversation this afternoon, and very much appreciate the input from the committee on this. I'm hearing that it's a long-term plan, long-term goals, but I hear council saying generally that it would be good to have some flexibility in our policy so we can consider these applications that come forward. So I would say if council is generally supportive of revising the wording from do not support, which is very strong in terms of put staff in a position of telling all applications do not come forward with drive-throughs, versus discourage, it gives us more flexibility. So if the committee is supportive of this, I would request a motion so that we could document that and bring it forward to the May 9th for final amendment.
Do I see a motion? Councillor Bonner. You're moving that?
Yep.
Okay. Seconded, Mayor Krogh. Now, do I have anybody who wants to speak to the motion? I think we already have. So I'll call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? Councillor Brown opposing, Councillor Geselbrecht opposing.
I was in favor.
In favor, yeah. Okay, motion passes. Thank you. So now we can continue.
I'm reasonable.
I did just want to add that prior to our meeting today, staff did discuss the new large areas of surface parking and the drive-throughs and potentially pulling that policy into two separate policies. So if council does want to see that as well, that could be a motion. But we did have that discussion with staff today.
And just quickly before you move on, Chair, there's a few more slides in corridor refinement. And then but prior to moving on to the neighborhood refinement, I think that might be a natural time for the break for you to have before you move on to the neighborhood section. So a few more slides to go, if that's.
Thank you, and I have Councillor Gesabra.
Thanks. Yeah. I would support splitting those two in two, and one being discourage drive-throughs in urban centers, and the second one being do not support new large areas of surface parking in urban centers. And I'll move that.
Is there a seconder?
Councillor Brown.
Did Councillor Brown?
Councillor Brown, yeah.
Second?
Yes, Councillor Brown is seconded.
And I'll speak to that. We can have both worlds. So we can discourage with the weak language to leave the door open for drive-throughs where appropriate. And we can maintain the committed language of do not support large areas of surface parking in urban centers so that we can move forward and design more compact, livable communities in our urban centers. Thank you.
Councillor Turley.
Councillor Turley.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm a little confused on this second motion because we just passed the fact that we were changing the wording for drive-throughs to discourage, and now we're including that in the second motion, as my understanding. So if we vote in favor of the second motion, does that nullify the first one?
Thank you, Chair. Through you to Councillor Turley. Normally, I would kind of agree with you that this motion kind of is sort of undoing the previous motion. However, both motions, should this one that's on the floor right now pass, will be up for further discussion at the May 9th GPC before being forwarded to Council. So at that day, you can have it, you can see it both ways. You can see it as the previous motion you just passed, and you can see it in this current format should this motion pass, and decide on May 9th GPC as the steering committee which one you'd like to see move forward into the plan.
So just to confirm, this then wouldn't be coming forward as consent items, and if they are, we have to make sure
that's correct. So not a consent item. So the process for all of these plan initiatives that you're going through, all of the plan sections that you're going through at this GPC, the previous two are to go through each of these sections, make motions. They will not go to consent until after the May 9th meeting, May 9th GPC meeting, where you get them all settled, and then you will put them on the council meeting under consent for May 16th.
Thank you.
Councillor Gesabrat, did you have another question?
Nope.
I have a question. If we were to use the language, such as in this motion, of do not support large areas of surface parking, what is the implications of using the word do not support? Because in the future, unbeknownst to what we know now, there might be a reason there needs to be a large area of surface parking. If we use the language do not support, does that have to be an amendment to a future OCP, or how does that work?
Madam Chair, I think first of all, it would generally put staff in the position of, when applications come forward, not supporting applications that had large surface parking. Having the very strong words of do not support raises questions whether council could, even if they wanted to, adopt a zoning bylaw, because by legislation, your zoning needs to follow your OCP policy. So something that says do not support, we would probably at the point, I know we're talking hypotheticals, but we'd probably at that point have to tell the council it's not something you can do without an OCP amendment, or something of discourage definitely gives you greater flexibility.
Thank you. I see Councillor Brown.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. Again, this sort of speaks to the struggles I have with some of these policies, because to me, this, you know, if we looked at the context, if we had a strong language in a development permit guideline that also happened to be in the zoning bylaw, it would allow that design-centered focus, but also provide an avenue for a proponent to just seek a variance where it was not possible. So, yeah, I'm just highlighting again because this is the challenge I'm really finding ourselves is we're dealing with high level policies that speak, and some of them speak to very specific things, but there actually could be policy mechanisms downriver that deal with them, and they deal with them in a better way. So, you know, whether this passes or not, I think we should be looking towards those development permit area guidelines, and especially if they're in the zoning bylaw, to really have strong language, but also has the avenue for flexibility through variances. So, you know, I kind of think it's immaterial whether this motion does pass or not. Thanks.
Well, we've encouraged a number of speakers, so for first-time speakers, I'll go to Mayor Krog, then Councillor Bonner, then Councillor Thorpe, and back to Councillor Gesselbrock.
Thank you very much. I wouldn't describe it as overly idealistic, but having heard from Mr. Lindsay, what we're basically saying is there will be no Costco in the south end, notwithstanding the Chase River Neighborhood Association, many others have said quite bluntly, they don't want to be driving to the north end of Nanaimo. And so I come back to this, it's the stuff you can never get a firm answer for. Are we increasing the carbon footprint by forcing people who are going to go there regardless? They've made up their minds, they're buying at Costco and they're buying in bulk, and when they're buying in bulk, they need a vehicle to transport the stuff they're buying in bulk. Are we going to encourage them to continue to drive from one end of the city to the other literally? Because we're not going to allow large surface area parking in the south end, which is Costco, and I use that as a very specific example because it's been talked about so much. Are we going to not allow that to happen and continue to have them drive to the north end in the hope and belief that the price of gas will become so extraordinary it won't be worth doing it? And this is the kind of stuff where I'm not satisfied I can come to a comfortable decision, nor am I convinced that with respect, the motion that says do not support would in fact be a wise public policy decision around the issue of increasing or decreasing the carbon footprint, or, and I suppose, fairness to various parts of the city.
Thank you. Councillor Bonner.
Question is, do we have a specific definition of large areas of surface parking? Like, is it a certain size? How does that work?
Okay, through the chair, there was one thing I'd like to point out to council is that these policies are very specific to the urban centres. And if we are perhaps looking in the south end around a neighborhood centre that you guys recently approved through Sandstone, that does allow for surface parking, but asks for the integration of good pedestrian connectivity. That's on page 199. So just some consideration around that this is very specific to the urban centres. And then in regards to your question, which as I was saying that, I believe I've forgotten. If you
what is the actual definition of a large area?
Large, okay. And I think that we haven't defined that scale as yet, unless somebody else can help me out if there's definition in our development permit areas or our zoning bylaw. Nope, shaking heads. So that scale would have to be determined. So large I would see as what we see at Woodgrove versus the smaller, I'm trying to think of another smaller example where you would have.
How about Rona?
Yeah, in the south end?
Yeah.
I'm trying to visualize that. So that is not, I don't see that this as at the same scale as, say, Rutherford or Woodgrove. Mm-hmm. Those are the ones where they have large land masses, where they really have the opportunity and where the developers themselves are seeing the opportunity to make use of that land, which is now of higher value, and do things that we've seen occurring probably in Victoria, starting the last 10 years, where they're really starting to use other forms of parking. So we're not saying no parking, we're just saying change the format so that you can provide it and make better use of those centers. So I think that is something that, in terms of scale, that we do need to look at in terms of defining that, and that might be a place that I'm going to ask, curiously, might be the development permit areas guidelines, DPA 8.
or
Sorry, what was your question?
Yes.
What were you asking?
In terms of how we address the definition of what's considered large-scale parking versus smaller.
Madam Chair, can I just jump in a little bit? I think, and I can understand an interest in defining every term. We have to be somewhat careful that OCPs and general high-level policy documents don't end up being zoning bylaws. So I think council, by adopting this policy, is directional in nature, but it does give this council, future councils, when they're considering the applications, to weigh this policy amongst the hundreds of other policies that will be evaluated at the time when an application comes before it. So I don't think it would be, I wouldn't recommend getting very specific and defining exactly what you mean. I think what council's stating here generally is you're trying to move away from an auto-dominated form of development to more of a walkable walkable communities. And I think that's the general high-level policy, that the objective you're trying to meet.
Thank you. We have Councillor Bonner.
And I'm going to vote against the motion. Not that I'm a big fan of large surface areas of parking, and I don't think they're evil, but I do think that the days of large surface area parking, and as you say, in an urban node or an urban center, are gone. Like, the land is just too much money. If you guys have been down to Victoria lately, the new mall they built, it's all underground, right? That thing's right up against the street. So I just don't think it's going to happen anymore. But sure, there might be a Costco showing up and so then, and if it's not in an urban center, knock your socks off. But I think they should put it underground as well. But so I'm not going to support it just because I think it limits us, and for this very specific reason. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor Thorpe, and then I'm actually going to call the question.
Thank you, Chair, and I'll be brief. I'm not a big fan of blanket statements that paint us into a corner, and I appreciate the comments of Mr. Lindsay. I prefer on any issue to deal with the individual project that we're discussing, whether it's a development in a neighborhood and the height of the buildings there, or whether it's to do with urban centers and parking areas and drive-throughs. I think you have to look at each case individually and make a value judgment then based on the needs and the wants of the community. So I'm not going to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. So, no further speakers. I call the question. All those in favor? Councillor Gasabrock, Councillor Brown. All those opposed? The remaining of council. Councillor Bonner, Councillor Thorpe, Councillor Martman, Mayor Krog, and Councillor Armstrong. Motion is defeated. And I think at this time, because it's almost 3 o'clock, we will call for a recess. Thank you. And the fact I'm joking.
Oh, well, I got some water.
Hi, Leonard Krog here. I'm here with Karen Lindsay today. She's going to show me how to sign up for our app.
Voyant Alert, the City of Nanaimo's emergency notification system. So we'll start by going into the App Store, Mayor Krog.
Done.
Next, you're going to hit search. And you're going to search for the app, which is Voyant Alert. So it's VOYENT. Now you see, it's already selected it. Click there, hit get, and then we're going to install.
And why are we downloading this app?
We're downloading that so that you can get this onto your phone system, and what it will do is it will send you a push notification out. So if the City of Nanaimo issues an emergency alert, it will actually push the notification out onto your phone. The really nice part of this app is that it's anonymous, so it goes by postal code. So we're not requesting you to put your name or personal information in, it just works off of the app through your phone system. There are also, if you have family members or friends that maybe don't have a smartphone or would like another way, you can also sign up online or call our Public Works Department, and they have phone and texting options available as well. So there's lots of options for people depending on what their needs are.
Fabulous. So you can rest with some comfort knowing you can find out what's necessary and know that people who are important to you are notified.
Absolutely. So now you have Voyant Alert on your phone. And now just select open. So the next thing you're going to do is you're going to tap in the postal code that it's prompting you.
All right. So
you just click on there and start entering. And then find on a map. So here you'll see the welcome page for the City of Nanaimo, and you want to subscribe to notifications, yes?
Yes.
Click that you agree to the terms, so click both to the yes for consent, and then hit next. And it's going to ask to either allow or not allow notifications, and you want to always allow.
Always allow.
Always allow. And the reason that is, if you don't allow, it won't push the notification out to you. So always allow.
Always allow.
And now you see here, you've got a message to accept that you've signed out. That's the two-factor authentication, and you're going to tap yes. And now you're in the system. Also, when you have a moment, we recommend that you pick your locations and sign up based on those locations, and then you'll get alerts from the City of Nanaimo.
Karen, thank you. Everyone, sign up.
Oh, hey, Tiana. Hey. It sure is the coldest rink in town.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, buddy!
Nice save, James!
Wow, your goalie is keeping you guys in the game. Cheers.
Oh, man, that's hot.
Sorry, that's the way I like it. Oh.
Go, 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 go!
Penalty shot!
Scalds from hot drinks are a leading cause of hospitalization for children under 5.
2 minutes, stand in the front, unsportsmanlike conduct.
Hot tea and coffee will cause serious burns to a child in less than a second.
Got it, kid? Use the lid.
What we have here is the Real Ice technology that was installed at the Nanaimo Ice Center. It allows us to use cold water from traditionally hot water that we used to use for making ice. Basically, the water will come in through the bottom, go in through a vortex idea, making the air bubbles microscopic in size, which makes a better, more dense sheet of ice.
Differences that you'll see with the Real Ice is there's less snow developed, so that's easier for cleaning, and also it's a denser, harder, clear ice. So the ice skaters will certainly enjoy that. And the city plans to implement Real Ice at our other 2 arenas as well. Some of the other efficiencies we've implemented in this facility are LED lights in some areas, and we've also, in the last few years, installed a higher efficiency refrigeration system, which lowers our energy costs. Both Zambonis at our facility are now electrically operated, so there's no harmful emissions, and they're very quiet as well. So what this means for the city is that we're able to use less energy and also reduce the amount of greenhouse gas emissions, which is more beneficial to the environment.
We're here at Bruce and Dundas. Somebody's stolen the street names that were here, so we're here to replace them. Our sign shop has just generated us 2 signs, so I'm going to go through the process of putting it together and reinstalling the street names. First thing, we got to center the signs. We do everything on this truck. We've got all the equipment on here to build, install, remove, repair, whether it's street signs, street names, posts, banners, Christmas decorations, and so forth. I'm going to basically just put the sign in the brackets, and we'll be doing both signs, of course. So I've got a cross bracket that I'm going to put in. And then add the top sign, which is this street we're on, Dundas. Sorry, do the same there. We put the street that we're coming up to on the bottom, so they all basically have the same. The cross street will be on the top. We got to put some bolts in to secure them so nobody will steal the street name. We're ready to go. Just put this back and we'll go out and install this where the missing one is. Every year we do what we call a stop sign survey, where we go around and check all the stops. We clean them, make sure they're in the right spots, in good condition, not bent, and we also clean the street names, make sure they're good. As we're doing that, if there's ones that we decide we want to replace, we do that at that time. This year we're looking at approximately about 120 sets. It's very expensive to do, but we're continually, weekly changing street names because of either them getting damaged or people breaking them and taking them. So I'll put this on, and then I put a bolt through to secure it to the post. There we go. And that's good, we're done. Dundas and Bruce Ave are now ready to go.
Okay. I will call the meeting back to order. Thank you very much, and we will continue with the presentation on our Reimagine Nanaimo.
I just can't move the slides forward if the technical support could help me. My arrow isn't working. Okay. Oh, thank you. There we go. Okay, continuing on. All right, so we're going to get back now into the next designation, which is regarding corridors. I'm just going to go back here. So within the current OCP, we have one corridor designation located along key transportation routes and in adjacent areas between urban nodes. The Land Use and Inventory Capacity Analysis Report, which was done in 2020, indicated an oversupply of land designated for commercial use to fulfill future demands, and that the land we currently have designated is too spread out. Based on the recommendations of the report, the draft city plan direction is to further align the corridor land use with planned primary transit routes, as well as promote the infill of existing retail nodes to achieve the critical mass and mix of offerings while limiting commerce uses in some parts of the corridor. Sorry, commercial, not commerce. As a result, the corridor designation is proposed to be split into two designations. Mixed-use corridor, which is primarily mixed-use with ground floor, street-facing commercial, and then residential corridor, which is primarily residential uses, also includes institutional uses. So here's an example of applying the split designation on Bowen Road. The approach would be to focus areas of mixed use in key locations like Northfield Road and Dufferin Crescent, where there's already a cluster of commercial activity, and encourage evolution of spaces between to shift to a more residential focused. So currently, the policy states that no commercial is supported in the residential corridor designation to support the critical mass and mix of offerings recommended in the land use inventory analysis. However, based on the developer feedback we received at a meeting we held last week, staff recommend adding wording to allow small-scale neighborhood service commercial that is ancillary to residential. This change would, for example, allow for small-scale coffee shop in those buildings. If the steering committee is in support of this shift, staff can provide revised wording at the May 9th GPC. Any feedback or discussions on corridors?
I've got Councillor Brown.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Generally supportive of the split and also supportive of the suggestion from the development community around that more small-scale commercial use where it makes sense. So I hope that gets moved. I just had a question. We had talked about sort of the hierarchy with respect to the center development. Is there going to be similar hierarchy considerations with corridor development?
So at this time, or through the chair to Councillor Brown, at this time we do not have any policy within the draft city plan that proposes hierarchies for corridors.
Okay, so yeah, I'm just a little bit curious on that because I do notice when we get the development maps every year about development activity, a lot of it does occur in the corridors around sort of what we would deem centers. So I'm just flagging that as a concern that if we do have a hierarchy, but as things keep happening in the corridors, it might not meet some of those center goals around trying to get some viability in the identified centers.
Thank you. Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you. My question is around the neighborhood level style service commercial. Could that be like the small little grocery store like they used to have in Dover Bay, like Terry Save-Right? Or is this just limited to coffee shops? Or could it be like the corner stores we used to all have when we grew up that sort of gone by the wayside?
Through the chair to Councillor Armstrong, this is where staff need to have a further discussion on it to determine exactly what that would mean. That recommendation came from last Thursday, so we haven't had a chance to discuss it as a group. So we just appreciate a bit more time to discuss exactly what the scale and uses would include.
Thank you. I'm generally in support of that. Thanks.
Thank you. And I don't see anything further.
Okay, moving forward. Now we're going on to neighborhood refinement. So our current approach is that we have a single neighborhood designation that is primarily focused on ground-oriented uses. The city plan direction is to now split the neighborhood designation into two. One would be known as the core neighborhood, which encourages increased density and infill in areas close to urban centers and transit corridors. The way I like to think of it is a transition zone between higher density to lower density neighborhoods. Suburban neighborhood would continue to support primarily lower density, ground-oriented housing, and that would make up the majority of land within Nanaimo that you see in the light yellow on the land use plan. We're also proposing a new designation regards to the Old City neighborhood designation. So currently, we have a neighborhood designation for those lands, and the Old City neighborhood plan applies. The key components of the Old City neighborhood designation are a mix of, oh, sorry, one second, I'm gonna go back. So the intent of creating a separate designation for this area is to recognize the unique heritage value of this established area and encourage the preservation of architecturally and historically significant buildings.
And I think I have a question from Councillor Turley and Councillor Brown. I'm assuming that's a leftover hand. Councillor Turley.
Thank you, Chair. Just going back quickly to the neighborhood refinement on the core neighborhood. We talked about staff hasn't had a chance to discuss the definition of small, and I think in that discussion, you should also be including whether the business is a destination versus impulse driven, because that could define the volume of traffic that would visit a specific business. Just a suggestion.
So just for clarification through the chair to Councillor Turley, are you referring to the corridor residential?
I'm sorry. The last thing you discussed when you were indicating that you hadn't had time to talk about it. Sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Armstrong.
I'm just wondering, and we've talked about this before at the previous meeting, about the Old City getting its own designation. Would this be the correct place now, Ms. Gurry, for me to put my motion on the floor for Newcastle to get their neighborhood designation? Ms. Gurry?
Thank you, Councillor Armstrong. So I believe, was the motion related to the Newcastle neighborhood?
Yes, under neighborhood refinement, this would be neighborhood.
So there is a section on that coming up in a few slides. So it might be best to wait until then, but yeah, I just looked at Ms. Brinkman and she nodded that possibly when we get to that section, which I think addresses what your intention is, that you could make the motion then. So a couple more slides.
Thank you. Okay, so just in regards to the Old City neighborhood designation, the key components are a mix of ground-oriented building forms up to 3 stories in height with potential for more in strategic locations and a target density of 50 units per hectare. And I'm going to pass it over to Lisa Brinkman to discuss the neighborhood requests.
I don't have that book.
Thank you, Kasia. Kasia has been living and breathing Reimagine this past year, and her commitment to the project is evident and very much appreciated. So I will be presenting a few of the recently requested changes and comments from the neighborhood associations with regard to land use. The first one is a comment from the Nanaimo Old City Community Association, and they are saying, we do not want the unique heritage value of the Old City to stop at preserving heritage character homes and heritage features, but to continue to respect the heritage character and the design features of new buildings. So when we met with NOCA on April 5th, we clarified that there is no change proposed to the development permit process. So all new multifamily and commercial buildings will still require a development permit, and all new development will be subject to the guidelines in the Old City Neighborhood Plan and the Nanaimo's Old City Multifamily Residential Design Guidelines. And so this is consistent with the approach we are currently doing, so there would not be a change. And through our discussion, they were pleased with that response, and no change to city plan was recommended from them after that discussion. Any comments regarding
No comments at this time?
Okay.
Oh, Mayor Coy.
couldn't quite hear what Ms. Brinkman
Oh,
said
sorry.
at the last there, sorry.
Yeah,
I'm
so when
old and deaf and
we
it's-
met with the neighborhood association, and we clarified that there would be no change to the development permit process, and that new development would still be required to comply with the design guidelines in the old city area. And so they were pleased with that and didn't recommend a change to the plan.
Thank you.
Another comment from the old city, and I'm going to go to the next slide, was that they were uncomfortable with allowing building heights greater than 3 stories without more criteria. And they were referencing this table in the plan, which says up to 3 stories with potential for more in strategic locations. And so when we met with them, we showed to them that there is actually another criteria in the plan, D4.5.3, which outlines criteria that we will consider when looking at heights greater than 3 stories. And we talked about this with them. So what it says is the maximum building height to be 3 stories, and building heights greater than 3 stories may be considered where step transition is provided with adjacent land uses and built forms, and height impacts are minimized by on-site or nearby natural or built features. So we showed to them that this policy existed, and we talked with them about how to improve it, and so that's why you see that text in red, adding the word stepped and adding that clause built form. And that was sort of in conversation with them how we improve the criteria when considering buildings greater than 3 stories. And they seem pleased with that approach. Staff supported as well. So that is the recommended change that we're suggesting.
And Chair, through you to staff possibly, and Ms. Brinkman can help out, or Ms. Bhopal Singh, would you like council to make a motion on this proposed amendment then?
Through the chair, I think that could be helpful, yes.
Moved by Councillor Armstrong, seconded by Councillor Thorpe. I don't see any further discussion. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Is there any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
The next comment from the Nanaimo Old City Community Association was with regards to density. And so I think, well, you'll see on the slide there, I think that NOCA understood the current OCP density to be 20 units per hectare. But I do want to clarify the current OCP designation is neighborhood, which supports 10 to 50 units per hectare. And I'm sorry if this is a bit misleading on the slide. City Plan is currently proposing a target density of 50 units per hectare, and NOCA is requesting a density of 40 units per hectare. So we can go to the next slide. It sort of shows the scale. So at 60 units per hectare, you may have apartment buildings that are approximately 4 stories, and that 25 units per hectare, you have more single family. So in general, staff felt 40 units per hectare, 50 units per hectare, it's within the same range. These are target densities. So staff was supportive of the request from NOCA with this change from 50 to 40 units per hectare.
And I've got Councillor Turley.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to staff, I'm asking this question because I can't remember what the answer is. That is, what is the planned height or density of the development that's happening at 388 Clary Street?
Perdot? No. Campbell?
No. McClary, the old hospital site.
McCleary.
The seniors facility.
Madam Chair, rather than guess, I think we'll find out the exact answer and get back to you. I'll just look it up. Just give me a moment.
Thank you. Councillor Armstrong.
Just want to move the recommendation.
Seconded by Councillor Bonner. Can I see the recommendation again?
Just back. There you go.
Yeah.
Support 40 units per hectare. Is that it?
Yes, correct.
I don't see any further speakers, so I'll call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? You're opposing, Councillor Turley?
Yes, because I don't know the answer to the question I asked you.
Thank you. Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, moving on.
Oh, here's where you're coming from. This is what we're trying to show you.
So for this next section, I would like to present, and actually the Newcastle Neighborhood Association did a great job of presenting what they would like to see, the changes they'd like to see in the city plan. And so perhaps it's not so useful for me to repeat that, but maybe only, it's shown up here on the screen. You can see the draft city plan, what's being proposed for land use, and then the proposed changes recommended by the Newcastle Community Association. Now, the one thing on the screen that may be misleading, so you'll see so you see one change being the mixed-use corridor to neighborhood centers, so those 3 pink areas. That's one request. And the other request certainly is the change from residential corridor to neighborhood, and that's for 2 areas, the east side of Terminal as well as both sides of Stewart. So, and then this third change there, you see neighborhood to suburban neighborhood. That was in a previous email, but I didn't hear that request today, so maybe we won't focus on that one today and focus on the 2 other changes. And I know that Council wanted to have a discussion about this one. Staff is at this point recommending to be maintain consistency with the neighborhood plan and maintaining consistency with how we're treating other corridors in the city. But you may wish to have a discussion.
Perhaps could you go to the next slide, please, Ms. Brinkman, and then it shows the proposed motion, and then if Councillor Armstrong wishes to move a different motion. It's, I think, the next slide.
Yeah, there we go.
Can we see the previous slide? Councillor Armstrong.
I actually want to make the motions. I want to make the motions that are requested from the neighborhood request. I don't agree with the staff's recommendation, so I'd like to make that all of Newcastle neighborhood east of Terminal Avenue and excluding Newcastle Avenue be designated neighborhood with a maximum of 4 stories. That Newcastle Avenue remain at 3 stories as per the neighborhood plan, and that consideration be given to designating the 3 mixed-use areas as neighborhood center.
And seconded by Councillor Gesselbrock.
Councillor Armstrong, just one, you made all 3 of those bulleted motions. I believe Ms. Bull-Pulsing just wants to clarify one thing, unless Ms. Bull-Pulsing is the one that you just spoke to me about any of those 3 bullets.
Okay. Through the chair, I wanted to pick up on what Ms. Brinkman was saying, and I think if Council's got a motion on the table, if you look to the right on the screen where it says neighborhood to suburban neighborhood, and there's a strip of properties there in a lighter yellow, and what we've got presented by Ms. Mitchell today is that actually remain or be neighborhood. And I just thought it was important, if you were considering the changes, that this version that we received from them has changed slightly with what they showed today. So if you're considering their changes, it's not exactly as we've got presented. So I just wanted to make sure that you were considering that.
Okay, thank you.
Does any of the wording need to be changed, Ms. Bull-Pulsing, from those 3 bullets that was just moved?
Ms. Brinkman, if you
Through
might
to the
help me.
chair, it's the second bullet that wouldn't be relevant. So the first bullet and the last bullet. So that the first one being that all of Newcastle neighborhood east of Terminal Avenue and excluding Newcastle, well, actually, that all of Newcastle Avenue east of Terminal be designated neighborhood with a maximum of 4 stories. That's what I heard from them today. So
And then we
taking
have
out the
3
excluding
stories.
Newcastle.
We have a conflict, I believe.
Hang on,
So through the chair to Councillor Armstrong, so I have.
Yes, I was going to amend the motion because I actually looked now that on the draft city plan, all of Newcastle from the east side of Terminal be designated as neighborhood with a height of 4 stories.
And does the seconder.
To that?
Had it been seconded yet? Yes?
Yeah, Ben.
And you're in agreement with that? That change that Councillor Armstrong? Okay.
Thank
So
you.
that is the motion on the floor. Thank you.
So just for clarification, the motion that's on the floor is bulletin number, the top bulletin.
No, it's changed slightly.
So for
I'll read
clarity,
the motion again if you'd like.
Please.
That on the draft city plan, all of the Newcastle from the east side of Terminal be designated as neighborhood with a height of 4 stories.
Period.
Period. That
Thank you.
addresses all the concerns, I believe. I don't think we need the other 2 bulletins.
Thank you.
Bullets. Thank you. My apologies for that. I forgot I'd actually written the motion down.
okay, through the chair, and I just want to be respectful, I think we were just talking about taking out the middle one, but the 3rd bullet is still part of the request.
Yeah.
Okay.
That consideration be given to designating the 3 mixed-use areas as neighborhood center.
Yes.
Mayor Croak.
Sorry, but just to be clear, did this motion drop with a maximum from it? That's what I think I heard Councillor Armstrong say. Was that the intention?
With a maximum of 4 stories, yes, maximum.
So as long as that's included, I just
Yeah.
want to be clear. Thank you.
I have Councillor Turley and then Councillor Brown and then Councillor Thorpe.
And just from a procedural process, I would like to just, because the motion on the floor that's been amended and agreed to is just bullet 1, we can make the second motion after this one's dealt with, just to make it clean. Just so we're not adjusting motions.
Two
so much.
different
We can
motions?
make- Yeah, we can make another motion for the 3rd bullet. Thank you.
Okay.
So, thank you, Claire, through you to staff. I have to admit, I'm a bit confused here because in the proposed changes, the areas in pink, which are mixed-use corridor, are they then all going to be changed to corridor to neighborhood?
We're not on
Sorry.
that motion yet.
Sorry?
We're not on that motion yet. We decided just to go with 1.
So the one we're only, because the motion was everything east of Terminal Avenue, and these properties are east of Terminal Avenue. That's where the confusion is.
Through the chair, I can see the confusion, absolutely, Councillor Turley. I guess we could say excluding the commercial areas, to be more precise.
Did that answer your question, Councillor Turley? Okay, thank you. I don't see Councillor Brown's hand up any longer. Oh, yes, it is. Okay, Councillor Brown.
Sorry, not to be difficult, but I am now super confused. So that we had a motion that was moved and seconded, so I do think it was owned by council. But then it was changed. So, okay, so was owned by council, so I think it should have needed an amendment. But so what
Was amended.
No, it was not. It was just agreed to, and I think that's creating a lot of confusion. So if I'm following this correctly, all that we're doing right now is that the Newcastle neighborhood east of Terminal Avenue be designated with the neighborhood designation to a maximum of 4 stories.
Correct.
Okay, and then we're going to address the mixed-use centers in a subsequent motion.
In a separate motion.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I think I'm understanding it now, but it is confusing. So first of all, I appreciate the advocacy of the Neighborhood Newcastle Association, and I would like to be able to support them, but I am struggling with this. And as I indicated in an earlier comment, I have a problem with blanket statements that limit us. And I refer back to, I think it was page 42 of the presentation, or I think it was it's page 21 of my written agenda, which had language which was much more flexible, that allowed for some leeway with council. It was regarding the Old City neighborhood building heights, because that's what this is about. This is about building heights. 4 stories, more than 4 stories. So I refer back to that page 42 language, and I would be much more comfortable with something like that rather than simply saying, no, we're not going to have anything more than 4 stories. And just, if I could finish, Kasia, please. To me also, and maybe this is unfair, but the thought keeps going through my head that all community associations are equal, but apparently some are more equal than others. And what's to stop another neighborhood association, let me pick on the South End, for saying, well, wait a minute, we're adjacent to the Old City as well. We don't want anything more than 4 stories in our area. So we're setting a precedent here, which I think is, to my mind, somewhat unfair. I would rather remain flexible in terms of staff's discretion and future council's discretion to look at any proposed development within the area, and taking into account the community plan and the neighborhood wishes, make a decision at that time. So at this point, I'm not leaning towards supporting the motion that's on the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thorpe. And just before I go to Councillor Armstrong, I'm going to say that I will support the motion, and the reason I would, not all neighborhood associations are created equal. It's depending on the people who live in the neighborhood and how they wish to develop and communicate. And I know Harewood has a very strong neighborhood, but my understanding of the whole process of Reimagine Nanaimo and this whole OCP, which I was involved in the previous one, was to take the input from the neighborhood associations. So we are to listen, and this is to be our vision. And this particular neighborhood is actually in Nanaimo a very well-developed, densified neighborhood. So I think you have to take that into consideration as well. Anyways, on to Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you. And my point is, we're not set in stone. We get OCP amendments all the time. So if there's a development that comes in, they can request an OCP amendment, as we've already seen for the nursery, Green Thumb. So we do get, so it's not nothing in this plan is set in stone. It can always be changed by a council by a vote of 5 to 4 or greater. So I think this is really important that we listen to what the community wants. That's, to me, is what the official community plan is. Like, if my neighborhood decided they wanted to come forward and say, we only want single-family homes, then that's something they could do, and then this council has to make that decision based on that. So I think, from my perspective, every neighborhood has the option, I said that before, to come forward. These ones have worked very diligently to listen to their community. They do have a unique heritage site. So for me, I think it's really important to listen to that. We've done this for the Old City Quarter. We're doing the same thing for the downtown, that, you know, people are asking that they want to actually see density downtown versus a lot of areas that don't. I heard for the Bowers development, people did not want more than 6 stories. That's why I didn't vote for that. I heard that loud and clear, but I was the only one that didn't. So again, that can be changed. That was an OCP amendment, and we voted to change it from 6 stories to basically unlimited. So for me, it's not a big issue because it can be changed.
Thank you, Councillor Brown.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Through you to staff, assuming that the floor area ratio and the general density remain the same, would someone be able to vary the story provision through development application?
Dale's thinking.
Through the chair, so when, sorry. Through the chair, when we receive a development permit application that proposes a greater height or additional stories, we look to the official community plan or city plan for guidance on whether that would be supported. And so if the city plan had a really clear policy saying a maximum of a certain number of stories, then the recommendation would be this proposal does not align with the official community plan or city plan.
Thank you. So someone could still proceed to have any council consider additional, a 5-story building in the event that they felt very confident that it suited it. So I guess what I'm trying to get at here is the policy would speak to a strong preference that would guide staff, but there would still be flexibility built into the process if someone really wanted to pursue it.
Mr. Lindsay.
Madam Chair, can I answer an earlier question and then comment on this one at the same time? Because I think it might be a helpful example. And Councillor Turley asked us a couple of slides back about the project downtown, and I had to go away and look it up because, to be honest, off the top of my head, I couldn't remember. But it provides a good example of when you put policy in place of how sometimes it's difficult to interpret. So the project that you're asking about, Councillor Turley, it's actually 3 stories on McCleary Street, but moves down to 5 stories on Kennedy because of the slope of the land there. And it kind of highlights the need to have some flexibility in our policy to reflect, to respond to specific site circumstance. So absolutely, and I think we said this earlier, it's always preferential, certainly in my mind, to have general policy that leaves council open to evaluate applications in the future. I am somewhat conscious, though, if you have pretty strong language that says maximum 4 stories, it leaves the expectation to everyone in the neighborhood, future developers, that is the maximum that would be interpreted, and the maximum puts staff in the position more through rezoning, I would say, Councillor Brown, than through development permits under existing zoning. I think council could still weigh those, but when it comes forward time to rezone a property, it would be difficult to be in a position to support something that's higher than 4 stories.
Thank you. And no longer sure. I don't see any further speakers. I'll call the question. Oh, Councillor Bonner, are you wishing? Oh, now you are.
Thank you, Chair. In the event that we pass this motion, because a lot of times we heard that the density, this Newcastle is already a very high density area compared to the rest of the city. And that's because we built an awful lot of single-family dwellings. What would be the density of the place if the entire neighborhood got mowed down and we built 4-story buildings on it, which in theory could happen if we pass this motion? Like, would the density be much more than 50 units per hectare? That's my question. Because if we have a mix and there's one apartment building here and a couple there, well, what happens if they're all apartment buildings?
Through the chair, what's being proposed in city plan is consistent with the neighborhood plan, which has been in place for some time. So, things do happen gradually, takes time. But to answer your question, what would be the density? I don't know, we've done that.
I guess just, would it be much more than what we have here now? Because we look at individual, when we have a building development permit come to us, we look at it, the individual lot, but do we look at it compared to what's around it to get to our 50 units per hectare? So in the event that we built 50, like 4-story apartment buildings off the entire neighborhood, which people get old and they sell their properties, and probably the developers are the ones who are going to be buying this up because the lots are big, right? And you only need to buy a couple to make a pretty big apartment building. Will the density of the neighborhood be above what we're asking here? And this is not, I'm not sure how it's going to change anything in terms there. I'm just curious about how the density would work if the entire neighborhood was 4-story buildings. Would it be much more than what we're proposing here?
Okay, through the chair, I'm going to hazard an answer without proposing that this should ever happen, because the intention is not to have uniform buildings in any one neighborhood and a diversity of forms. So our current plan does show a mix of different land uses that go up to 6 stories and 100 units per hectare. It would, in a short answer, yes. If you were to take the whole thing down, with the caveat that there's already some buildings that are 8 and 12 and leave those in place, yes, you would see the density increase in that area. This area is already one of the denser neighborhoods, when you look at, you've got Newcastle Brecon, and when you look at the Newcastle portion and a smaller area of that, there's many existing older rental buildings that are between 3 to 4, sometimes 4.5 stories, and then dotted in amongst, there's some newer ones that are 4, there's some that are 5, and there are some that Ms. Mitchell referenced that are 8, 10, I think, and 12. And then the other denser areas you've got, there's not dissimilar when you start breaking them down, are downtown, and also the town site / hospital area when you look by census tract. So in terms of, I think what you're asking is how we would evaluate across a land use designation if they're hitting their targets. Newcastle is certainly one of the areas where does have a nice mix, and there's a capacity for more within walking distance to downtown. And so as we look at our plan, what we've tried to do is go, okay, we've got 40,000 people coming, anticipated to the city. We know the majority we want in our urban centers, majority of that growth. We know that some of our lower density areas that are suburban neighborhood, like Hammond Bay and those areas, are going to be harder to service and be those complete compact communities. And then in between, we have these corridor areas, both residential and mixed use. And our plan, of course, looked at the neighborhood plan and said, okay, we're going to respect this and we'll port over their residential corridor and their mixed-use corridor. And in that case, we're looking at 6 stories in both of those, with up to around 100 units per hectare as a target density, not for an individual site, but overall. And then what the neighborhood are proposing is to reduce that east of Terminal Avenue. So in a nutshell, I've given you a very long-winded answer while trying to explain some of the density pieces. It would increase the density, absolutely. And in pockets that, based on some stuff I did last night on Census Canada with the 2021 census, in small pockets within a few blocks, you're reaching towards that 50 units per hectare. But overall, it's around the same as the hospital census tract.
I guess the next question I have is, I'm sort of leaning in support of this thing, but I guess my question here is that would staff ever or recommend turning down an application because the density of the neighborhood overall was already at 50 units?
Through the chair, I think that would be very unlikely. If there was other things, you consider the building form, the format, and its sensitivity to the neighborhood. Unless it was going, sorry, you're saying if it went beyond our recommended. Well,
I'm just saying if you, we're hearing that the neighborhood itself is very dense, right? But we just do individual properties at a time when we're looking for rezoning or building permits, that sort of thing. So if the overall density of the neighborhood reaches 50 units per hectare, would we not allow any more buildings to be built?
Okay, so first of all, we don't know that the whole neighborhood, and I'm saying Newcastle, Brecon, and also I'm saying there's parts that may meet that threshold, but the whole, I don't think we have evidence that the whole neighborhood area does. And the target is intended to be an average. I don't think it's a hard and fast across the area. I don't think that we would be looking at if it fit other parameters, saying a hard and fast no. But I'm going to turn to Mr. Lindsay on this one.
Madam Chair, if I can just jump in, I think it's helpful. Two things is that I think Ms. Pope-Balsing just spoke to this. The overall density target that we're talking about in the proposed OCP is over the entire area. So by the time you factor out 20% of a normal neighborhood is dedicated to roads and parks, you're only leaving you with 80% left to actually build on. So we've tried to tie the density targets to the building form, the maximum building form. So I would suggest even if you went and, as you suggested, raised in every building in the neighborhood and built 4-story or even 6-story walk-up, you'd still be in that range of 50 units per hectare. So I can't ever envision a scenario where we would say, okay, that's it, you've maxed out, just given the length of time it takes these things to evolve and also the lifespan of the plan. I think in Newcastle, not to focus on this area, but everything south of town site, if I recall, has been basically zoned for mid-rise buildings since the 1950s, I believe. So it's been many, many years that there's been that density, but it gives you an example of how long it takes for that incremental infill. But no, I don't see that scenario.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Thorpe.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I certainly recognize that future councils can always decide to override or change policy or go against OCP or community wishes at their peril. But I still struggle with the lack of flexibility in this motion. And I do want to support the Newcastle Neighbourhood Association because I quite honestly respect them greatly. So, at great peril, and to prolong this, I'm going to suggest make a minor amendment to this motion. And my amendment would be to simply add the word preferred in front of the word maximum. So the bullet point, instead of reading with a maximum of 4 stories, would read with a preferred maximum. To me, I would be more comfortable with that. I think it's still, sorry, I'm speaking to it. That's my amendment.
I need a seconder. Seconded by Councillor Bonner. And speaking to the amendment.
Well, thank you, Councillor Bonner. I appreciate that. To me, that would just alleviate my concern about lack of flexibility. I think it retains the intent of the motion, and I see it as a reasonable compromise. Thank you.
Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I'm understanding what we're doing here correctly, we're talking about land use designation. So is there anything, this would be through to staff, with respect to the land use designation, I just don't have it in front of me. What does it speak to in terms of maximum numbers of stories? Sorry, the corridor, resident to neighborhood, sorry. What does the neighborhood speak to in terms of maximum number of stories?
Through to the chair, in anticipation of this question.
Yeah.
So residential corridor, which is what City Plan is proposing now, has a target density of 100 units per hectare, 3 to 6 stories in height. And the neighborhood designation, which is being proposed by the Neighborhood Association, is a target density of 60 units per hectare, up to 4 stories in height.
Thank you. So I won't be supporting this because I think it makes sense in the context of a motion, but it doesn't actually make sense in the context of what is actually the underlying element to the motion, and is that is a change in land use designation within the draft city plan. So I understand the intent. Again, I think it makes sense in the context of motion, but in terms of actual what the plan is, it might as well just modify the neighborhood designation. I think that's a much bigger conversation. So I won't be supporting this, and I will be supporting the original motion. Thanks.
I see no further speakers to the amendment. Oh, Mayor Crow.
Thank you very much, Chair. And not to put Mr. Lindsay and the team on the spot here, but how would staff interpret the proposed amendment when it talks about preferred? What do you say to a developer or someone who comes to you and said, gee, we're thinking about this, and 5 makes it economic, 4 doesn't?
Well, I think first of all, Your Worship, as I said earlier, I think it's good for council to have some flexibility. The overall intent is for mid-rise development, however you want to define that. In this case, 4 or 6 stories. But anything you can do, whether it is saying preferred, it gives us a direction, but the council or the council of the day would then have some flexibility to determine it, or to interpret how that policy applies, for example, on the McCleary property I just mentioned, where the building transitions from 3 stories to 5 stories. Well, how do you interpret that? Like, it gives you some amount of flexibility, while still, I think, would provide some direction for development that's sensitive. If I'm hearing what the neighborhood's priority is development that's sensitive to the scale of the heritage homes that you find in the community.
Thank you very much. For what it's worth, and I appreciate that this is coming back to a full council, and Councillor Hemmons will be back at that time. I think I'm prepared to support Councillor Thorpe's amendment that will give, how shall I say, interested parties an opportunity to comment on the impact as they see it and what they feel. Councillor Thorpe's remarks about neighbourhoods not necessarily getting to set the agenda absolutely for themselves. At the same time, I think that given the presentations we've had today, this may not be an unreasonable amendment, so I will support it.
And Councillor Brown.
Yeah, just going to speak to this again. I actually think the amendment makes no sense. If you wanted the flexibility, just leave it in as 3 to 6 stories, and they'll be evaluated on each proposal. This essentially achieves the same thing, but it is not what the neighborhood requests. So I would just say either council needs to have backbone and say no, we're sticking with the plan, and not play around with wording that just is like, I think introduces ambiguity, not flexibility. The flexibility was the 3 to 6 is what staff came forward. Or if we agree with the neighborhood and be a vote of council, go with what they asked and keep the designations as staff have presented. One's neighborhood, one's corridor, residential corridor. They speak to different things. So I would encourage council to vote against the amendment and either vote for the original motion to have it redesignated, or go with staff recommendation if the flexibility and adaptability in this area is something that council agrees is the appropriate path. Thanks.
And I do see Councillor Bonner. Just before, as a first-time speaker, I just want to say I concur with Councillor Brown. I think if we're going to do it, do it. And so that's my 2 cents. Councillor Bonner.
Thank you, Chair. And I supported the motion because Councillor Thorpe doesn't make a lot of amendments, so I just wanted to encourage her there. But I'm leaning towards what Councillor Brown says. Like, I think if we pass this motion, we're actually creating another land designation. So it's like somewhere in a twilight zone between two. So, I mean, so I just think it's probably not, as you said, it doesn't make sense because you're either this or you're that. You're not halfway between. So that's what I think. So no offense. But.
So now I'm going to call the question on the amendment. All those in favor? Councillor Thorpe and Councillor Turley. All those opposed? Oh.
Mayor Croak was in favor as well.
And Mayor Croak. So you were for the motion. Okay. All those opposed? Councillor Bonner, Councillor Brown, Councillor Gesselbrock, Councillor Armstrong, and myself. Motion fails. Now, to the main motion, back to the original motion. I'm calling the question. All those in favor? And any opposed? Councillor Thorpe opposed and Councillor Turley opposed. Motion carries. Thank you. Well done, everybody. We can move on.
Yep. Pull some more teeth.
Through the chair, were you still wanting to talk about the consideration for the commercial? So the association was wanting to change those 3 areas from mixed-use corridor to neighborhood center.
Right. And was that the motion you were going to make, Councillor Armstrong? And seconded by... Who's seconding? Councillor Brown is seconding. Do you wish to speak to this, Councillor Bonner, or take you off? Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you. Again, this one's like Councillor Thorpe likes. Its consideration be given to designating the 3 mixed-use areas as neighborhood centers. So from that, I'm assuming we would be getting back some more information from staff as to what their feelings are on that, or have you already given your feelings with your original motion?
Staff's recommendation at this stage is to maintain the mixed-use corridor designation. So mixed-use corridor has a target density of 100 units per hectare and building height of 3 to 6 stories.
Yeah, which obviously we just voted against, so I'll be sticking with the consideration be given to designating the 3 mixed-use areas.
Is there any further speakers to this motion?
Was there a seconder? Did it get moved and seconded?
Seconder
Brown.
was Councillor Brown. I see no further speakers. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? Councillor Thorpe is opposed. Motion carries. Now we can move on.
What do we got next?
Okay. All right, moving forward, we're going to continue on with neighborhood refinement. So under the neighborhood umbrella, we also have what's a new designation called semi-rural. So our current approach is that locations with significant physical, servicing, and emergency constraints are either designated as urban reserve or neighborhood designation, signaling the potential for development and the extension of services. However, we will be challenged for the city to be adequately servicing these lands. Semi-rural neighborhood designation would recognize existing development and density, but would not support significant urban density or guarantee full servicing within the lifetime of the plan. So the lands that this would be applicable to would be the Lindley Valley lands. So we're proposing a special servicing and a special study areas that would add as an additional layer of policy on these lands. So for example, the lands north of Lindley Valley would be designated neighborhood from urban reserve, suburban neighborhood from urban reserve. And the policy would read that prior to rezoning or subdivision of land adjacent to Burma Road and Tanya Road, a separate comprehensive servicing study would be required. As for the King and Calder Hill lands, they're currently designated neighborhood, but they would propose to be designated semi-rural neighborhood with a designation with special study area, and that would read, prior to rezoning of the King and Calder Hill lands, a comprehensive road networking study would be required. And this relates to concerns around the road access being greater than 26%, making road access very difficult.
Question.
Questions? Councillor Armstrong, sorry.
Thank you. Yeah,
I took you out. Sorry, put it in.
My question goes to the plan draft directions where it says full community servicing would not be guaranteed. Does that prevent a developer from doing private, such like is bringing their own in, such as going to EPCOR for their water, or would that?
I'll let Bill answer that one, because I'll have a better answer.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Just really briefly, these two areas, especially on the north, Lindley, are very difficult to service from both water and sewer. But for water, the elevation is so high that they'd need to build quite an extensive water system to service it that doesn't benefit anyone else beyond the immediate landowners. So that's kind of the approach we're taking with the areas, that if they want to develop that, but it wouldn't be individual homes serviced with individual pumps, that kind of thing.
But it wouldn't stop somebody from doing their own private water management like we have in other areas in the RDN?
It would.
It would?
It would, yes.
Okay.
Yep.
And then my second question on that, would there be water available for firefighting suppression if there's a fire in that area, or would we have to use the water tanker to come in?
The water distribution network currently does not serve that area, although it's close by. I would say that most of this, part of that is the interface issue that they have with Lindley Valley, and part of this would be serviced by tanker as opposed to from hydrants. That's, again, part of the infrastructure piece, is that they'd need to build quite an expensive to maintain, expensive to build water system just to service a few properties.
Yes, thank you. I recall that when we were looking at the purchase of Lindley Valley.
Thank you. Councillor Bonner.
Thank you, Chair. It's just a question of how we're working here. I'm going off the PowerPoint presentation that's on the website, and my screen doesn't match that one, and the wording's quite different, unless I'm lost in where I'm supposed to be.
So through the chair to Councillor Bonner, this slideshow is on the addendum that was posted on Friday, so it should be on the website and it should be on your eScribe app, unless it was slightly changed again today.
Sorry, through the chair to Councillor Bonner. Yeah, the previous map was incorrect, but the addendum does match this map, and no changes were made since the addendum was published.
Okay, I just grabbed the one. Okay, carry on.
Apologies.
Thanks.
Okay, I'm not seeing any further speakers.
All right, we're almost at the end of the land use component. So next we're looking at industrial refinement of the industrial designations. So the 2008 OCP designates lands in Ocean View as resort center, envisioned as comprehensively planned resort community with mix of residential, commercial, open space, and recreational uses. The area is challenged to service, and there's limited public support for resort development. The draft direction is for lands east of Cable Bay to be designated resource management, which would allow limited rural development without urban services. Lands west of Cable Bay Trail, designated as industrial, recognizing their adjacency to Duke Point. A Cable Bay Trail with a minimum 50-meter forested buffer. An upland trail connecting the Cable Bay Trail, Join Point Park, and southern city boundary. And I had previously stated in the beginning of the presentation, an urban containment boundary adjustment to align with the resource management designation.
Question.
And Councillor Bonner?
Nope.
Oh. Councillor...
And Councillor Turley as well, too, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just with the Cable Bay Trail, is the 50-meter buffer, like, is that something that we can have a discussion on? I personally think that, you know, if we are able to make it a 100-meter buffer, that would be better. It's just a highly used trail, and I think that, yeah, it's an important part of the park network out there, and it's noticeable when you if it's going to be developed into industrial land to have that degree of buffer, and I think 100 meters is a lot more suitable than 50. So if it is something, I'd like to move that it be changed from 50 meters to 100 meters.
Second.
Was that a question, wasn't it?
No, motion.
I made a motion.
I seconded.
Oh, you seconded. I didn't hear it. I'm sorry. Can you repeat the amendment?
I move that the 50-meter buffer for the Cable Bay Trail between the industrial land be moved to be changed to a 100-meter buffer.
Oh, okay. Thank you. So speaking to the motion that's on the floor, Councillor Turley?
Chair, I believe it is speaking to it a bit. My question is where does the actual trail start? Does it start at the parking area? Does it start where the hydro line goes off, or closer to the Cable Bay itself? Because that will influence how I vote. Thank you.
Mr. Lindsay.
If I understood the question through the chair to Councillor Turley, the trailhead and the parking area is actually in the regional district outside the city. Where it becomes, from memory, I think you're correct, it's approximately where the hydro right-of-way is when you cross into the city boundary there, but we could certainly provide you with an air photo that would, at a later point, that showed you that in more detail.
Thank you. Councillor Armstrong.
I have one other question.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Turley, go ahead.
What is the current where the setback from the trail? Is it 25 meters or just, what is it? And I have another question as well.
Broke up.
Yeah, that's no problem. Go ahead, Councillor Turley.
What is the current setback for the trail and development? This is recommended 50, but I thought it was less than that currently.
Through the chair to Councillor Turley, right now there is no land use policy. There is a covenant that was registered at the time that the city did the exchange, which I believe is 10 meters beyond the existing boundary. So the the trail itself is constructed within a wider right-of-way. So the 10-meter buffer is an addition to that right-of-way. But the policy in this case would be the first policy that we would have in a land use document. It talks about expanding that buffer to 50 meters from the right-of-way, not from the edge of the trail, but from the right-of-way.
And then my final question. So the trail is not exactly straight; it zigzags all over the place. So I'm assuming, correct me if I'm wrong, that this 100 meters that Councilor Gesselbrecht is referring to is 100 meters from the center of the trail, regardless of where it zigs and zags to. Is that correct?
Through the chair, I can't speak for Councilor Gesselbrecht on the proposed motion, but the draft intent, the draft wording, the draft policy intent would be 50 meters from the edge of the right-of-way. So yes, the trail meanders through the right-of-way as you head down to the water, but it be measured from the edge of the right-of-way, not from the edge of the trail.
Right-of-way follows the trail zigging and zagging, or is it a set amount of setback? I'm probably not sounding too clear on this one.
There's also some audio issues as well, Mr. Councillor Turley. I think that you're cutting in and out, at least to me. I'm not sure if that's happening to others.
Can you hear me clearer now? I've just moved my screen.
No.
No. Okay, well, I'm going to log off then.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Turley. Councillor Armstrong.
A couple questions through you to staff. How much of the trail is abutting onto private lands? Because I know the RDN gets things in all the time because some of it's owned by private landowners, some of the areas owned by, I think it's Mosaic. I'm not sure if it's Western Forest Products. How will that impact them, or will it impact them if we put in the 100-meter buffer? I'm just wondering, like, would that see us in court, or would there be issues around that?
So the entirety of the trail is bordered by private lands. The only park dedication out in this area is Joan Point Park, and this trail does not actually connect with Joan Point Park. So private lands on both sides. So as a land use policy, through future rezoning, when rezoning came forward, we would advise them of the OCP policies, and if it was 100 meters at that time, it would be secured through the rezoning of the lands, but it would generally mean a reduction in the amount of industrial land that would be available.
So the 100-meter buffer would only come into play if they want to do rezoning. If they stay with what they're doing right now, there's no issue?
Thank you, Chair to Councillor Armstrong. That's a very good point. The policies we're talking about are really applicable at the time of rezoning or of development of the property. So any development under existing zoning. So for example, I think the zoning right now allows 5-acre lots. So for example, if they went ahead and did that now, it would be a policy that could be considered by the approving officer, but certainly doesn't have the same weight that it would if the property was being developed or rezoned, sorry.
Thank you.
And I don't see any further speakers, so I'll call the question. All those in favor? And any opposed? I don't see any opposed. Motion passes. Thank you.
Okay, moving forward. Where was I? Oh yeah, here, okay. So the 2020 land inventory stated that Nanaimo is facing a shortage of industrial designated lands and risk that industrial could choose to locate to other markets. Excluding sandstone, inventory showed 585 hectares of land currently designated for use, and that estimated demand would be up to 641 to 727 hectares by 2041. The emerging direction is to increase industrial designation lands to approximately 660 hectares, and now with sandstone, that will be 748 hectares. As for car sales, the use is currently permitted in light industrial and corridor designations. The 2020 inventory suggests that land being used for car dealerships will gradually decline due to shrinking vehicle expenditures, made-to-order service, and rise of alternative modes. Draft direction recommend focusing future spaces for car sales within light industrial designations in the Shenton Road area, an area that with many of those uses already. Any feedback or discussion from council?
And Councillor Armstrong, or is that?
Oh, sorry, that's a holdover.
I don't see any questions.
Okay, thank you. Now we're going to go on to the waterfront designation. So Nanaimo South Waterfront includes unique areas with functions that include working waterfront and highly sensitive ecosystems. The 2008 OCP has Assembly Wharf in downtown as an urban node and is part of Nanaimo's Port Authority lands. The emerging direction recommends a new waterfront designation to recognize its unique waterfront uses and provide support for both marine-oriented employment uses and select areas of tourism and waterfront park facilities. So, for example, the South Waterfront areas are currently designated as neighborhood, including large areas of land like the Living Forest Campground. The waterfront designation recognizes the ecological values and the sea level rise impacts anticipated for this area and emphasizes the need for low-impact future development. Any feedback or discussion on that point?
And I'm not seeing any questions.
Okay. All right, so the final components of Part D include mobility network, framework, and targets. So I'm not going to get into too much detail because we have quite a few slides to get through still. But we have this new active mobility and primary network map. So it's combining the two into one. And then we're also proposing a parks, recreation, culture, and wellness section, which includes this map that looks at both existing and proposed facilities, destinations, and parks within the city. Any feedback or discussion on those components?
I'm not seeing any.
All right, we got a fun fact.
How is everybody doing? I have a fun fact. It's more like a trivia question. So, how many land use designations are within the current official community plan?
In the current
The answer is 11. And so in the city plan, the new city plan proposes 14, just in case you were ever needed to pull that out of your back pocket. Oh. So for this next part, we'll be talking about Part E of the plan, taking action. And we'll be focusing on area and neighborhood planning and bylaws and permits and development permit areas. So moving forward, it is proposed that the existing neighborhood plans are to be used as reference documents, and area plans will be created for urban centers and to guide the growth of special planning areas. The area plans that will form part of City Plan are the Nanaimo Downtown Plan, the Port Drive Waterfront Master Plan, the Hospital Area Plan, and the recent Sandstone Plan and Bowers District Plan. The existing neighborhood plans were guiding, I'm going to move next. The existing neighborhood plans are guiding documents used to create City Plan, and the City Plan land use map and land use policy very much reflect the land use maps and key policies in the neighborhood plans. As we shift away from neighborhood plans, the city is proposing a more deliberate and ongoing annual engagement approach with neighborhoods to set and confirm priorities, which will be reflected in action plans and in investments in neighborhoods. This map shows the many neighborhoods in Nanaimo. And the city plan is proposing policies to support the city's commitment to neighborhood engagement. Also, a neighborhood association supports policy will be presented to council later in April to further solidify the city's commitment to engaging with and listening to neighborhood associations. So I know some of that work has been presented to you already at the GPC in last December. So we'll be continuing with that. So there was one request from the Nanaimo Old City Community Association, and that was to strengthen the language in the city plan to better emphasize that the existing neighborhood plans are to be used as key guiding documents rather than support documents. So there was a change of wording proposed to be from support to key, and staff agree with these proposed text changes in the city plan.
Not seeing any speakers.
Chair, is any,
Move the recommendation.
Second by Councillor Bonner. I think it's fairly straightforward. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
Another request from the Old City Community Association is requesting that the city meet with neighborhood associations every 5 years to set priorities for neighborhoods, and that the priorities be recognized by council and staff. Staff agree with this approach and is consistent with the proposed direction of city plan. Also, there is a policy in city plan that council will host an annual engagement opportunity to hear the collective concerns and priorities of neighborhoods. So I think that staff were in agreement with what the neighborhood association was requesting.
Councillor Armstrong.
Yeah, I have a question.
Oh, yeah, you're on.
Okay, just a question on this. This is something that came to me from some different citizens. Is it, how can we let them know what neighborhood association they belong to? Because a lot of people didn't even know they existed and they don't go to the website. Is that something we can work on with the realtors to actually, when like have a pamphlet so that they know who to contact and where to go? I don't know, because that is something that's come up to me a couple times.
Through the chair, yeah, that is something we can absolutely do. We have that information on the website, so we can certainly provide it to VIREB so that they can do it as handouts or emails to their clients.
Thank you very much.
I'm not seeing any further speakers at this time.
There has not been the motion made for this recommendation here yet.
I'm not seeing any yet. Councillor Armstrong, seconded Councillor Bonner. And I'm assuming that the motion being made is the minor no-cover request?
Support traditional policy in keeping with neighborhood regular priorities setting and reflective to policy E12.1 to clarify intent of annual meeting.
Thank you.
And for those that might not have heard the start of that, it's the staff recommendation noted on the bottom bullets of the screen there.
Thank you. Seeing those, oh, Councillor, no, he took his hand down. Okay, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
So moving to sort of the permit bylaws and permit section, it is proposed that all lands within the city of Nanaimo be designated as a temporary use permit area. This means that an applicant can apply to have a use not permitted in the zoning bylaw for a short time frame, rather than going through the rezoning process, which is a bit more permanent. So this is consistent with the existing official community plan and a tool that many municipalities use. Also, it is proposed that all land within the city be designated as a development approval information area, and this means that at the time of a land use application, such as a rezoning or development permit or subdivision application, the city can ask for the necessary professional reports to support the application, to assist the city in the review and evaluation of the proposal. This is also something that's in our current official community plans, so we're proposing to carry it forward to the city plan.
I'm not seeing any speakers so far.
So moving forward to development permit areas. So development permit areas are a tool to guide and manage some development types. And while the intent was not to change too much with regard to development permits, there are 4 changes that I would like to present today. And that is, there's 3 new development permit areas proposed. So sea level rise is one, and this development permit area would be to ensure development on the coastal foreshore areas is built to withstand sea level rise. So it'd be a new development permit. Also abandoned mine workings, and this is to introduce better design guidelines for proposed development over the city's abandoned old mines. And thirdly, wildfire hazard, to ensure new development in wildfire hazard areas is designed to discourage the spread of wildfire. So that is also a new one. And that one actually is a council direction from, I think, a climate strategy report as well. So that's one change. So another change is you will notice that the environmentally sensitive area development permit now includes 3 ESA types. There's the riparian areas, which we currently have, but introducing marine foreshore areas, and also we're calling them terrestrial ESA areas. So yeah, we just needed a name to differentiate from riparian, so it's terrestrial.
And Councillor Bonner.
Thank you. I can see the need for wildfire hazard as our climate changes and that becomes more sea level rise. We know that's going up. The mines are still there and always have been. Like, why are we now having to do this? Because to me, that seems like an additional cost on something we were never charging before.
Through to the chair.
What's changed?
Yeah. So in fact, it's actually more formalizing kind of steps the city does do at this time. So because we don't, sometimes we're able to look at it through the development permit process, but at the building permit stage, we certainly do have a process of geotechnical review. But being able to review it, having it more formally in the development permit area guidelines, being able to review it at the development permit stage, this is a bit more proactive, and also new guidelines have been established to better guide developers on what to do in that situation. So the city has been working on that as well.
I see. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Casaubon.
Thank you, Chair. Just a few questions and then a potential motion. With the DPA1, the proposed DPA1, has the watercourse DPA and the environmentally sensitive DPA been collapsed into one?
So through the chair, it's still DPA 1. And you will see, so the actual guideline, and I'm getting to this part, but the guidelines will be sitting in the zoning bylaw now, which is a bit different. So you will see a more robust guideline for each of those areas. So that is something that is being expanded, but it is still DPA 1, environmentally sensitive areas, and within that there's 3. So yeah.
Okay, but just compared to previously, there was the watercourse DPA, and then there was the environmentally sensitive DPA, and so there's a bit of a restructuring on how this is being implemented.
Correct.
Okay, with that, and I realized it wasn't sent to the rest of council; it was sent to staff as part of the Reimagine feedback, and to the chairs of the Environment Committee. But I believe that staff had reached out to potentially different ministries, and so there was feedback from staff from the Ministry of Land, Water, and Resource Stewardship regarding DPA 1, I guess the new proposed DPA 1, in its inclusiveness to identify, map, and protect a series of different environmentally sensitive areas. So the aquatic ecosystems, connectivity areas, estuarine and marine shorelines, intertidal zones, terrestrial ecosystems, at-risk species and ecological communities, and raptor and heron nests. And the feedback was quite, there was some quite specific, but there made mention that the degree of protection and mapping that we are currently doing could be improved and be more in line with what is in current other OCPs of East Coast Vancouver Island, and that are either already in place or are currently being developed. And I think that just given the rate of development and that we do have an opportunity to make sure that what we do produce is at the full degree of what we can do. I'm not sure exactly on how deep they got into the details of it, but it did look that it would be worth to do a review of what we currently have and make sure before we ratify this. So I would like to move that the feedback from the Ministry of Land, Water, Resource Stewardship be reviewed, and that staff provide council with options to include measures in DPA 1 that would identify, map, and protect the following important environmentally sensitive areas in DPA 1: aquatic ecosystems, ecosystem connectivity areas, estuarine and marine shorelines, and intertidal zones, terrestrial ecosystems, at-risk species and ecological communities, and raptor and heron nests. Thank you.
Was that a motion?
That's a motion, yeah.
That was a very lengthy motion and hard to absorb.
Okay, so I acknowledge that, and maybe before I continue on, basically what I would hope to be able to do is get staff to review the email that came and then be able to provide some feedback or come back to council and explain what staff's interpretation of the feedback is, and is there opportunities for us to improve our current DPA as it is currently drafted. And so there might be a more simple way to go that forward. So maybe I move that staff review the feedback from the Ministry of Lands, Waters, and report back to council.
As I don't have a seconder yet, I'm going to refer to Mr. Lindsay if there isn't a simplified way to get feedback.
And I think where I would start, Madam Chair, is that the referral response we received was a result of standard referrals we send out to all the ministries. So this was a response that came back, and my understanding is it just came in on Friday. I just became aware of it this afternoon. As part of our review, we'll look at all feedback from ministries and bring forward any potential recommendations out of that for council. Ideally, at this point, we'd be looking at if there's recommendations coming out of that, we'll be prepared to respond to them on the meeting on the 9th. So I don't think a council motion is required. We would do that as part of our normal review.
Yes, so the work will be done. We really don't need a motion to it. Are you comfortable?
Okay, I'm comfortable. I just want to, this is important to me, and I think to a lot of people in the community. And so I just, is there a mechanism that the feedback is reported back to council to just sort of see what the comparison is of what are currently in our DPA, what could potentially be changed based on the feedback, so that we're aware of any potential actions that take place?
Mr. Lindsay.
Yeah, no, I think the first place we would start is just making sure the ministry has an accurate understanding of what we're currently proposing. And then more than happy on the 9th to circle back with council and we can update you collectively on how we've responded to their concerns.
Thank you. Councillor Armstrong.
And just to note, Councillor Brown has his hand up as well too.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Armstrong, and then I'll go to Councillor Brown. Pardon?
There we go. Might just take
sorry.
2 questions. The first one is when we're looking at the environmentally sensitive areas, does that also take into effect like the migratory birds pattern? Like I just referred to in Wyoming, where they killed 185 bald eagles when they put up solar panels, and now they were fined like $8 million. Will that be looked at? Like if we're going to look at something like that, would that fall under environmentally sensitive areas, or where would that fall?
Through the chair, so how the guidelines are being structured. So if there is an area flagged on a map as an environmentally sensitive area, terrestrial or otherwise, we would ask that a biologist do analysis to indicate what are the measures that should be taken to protect those areas during development. So that's.
Is that only looked at land though, or will they look at the air? Because that was the issue in the case that went before the courts, and it was in, hang on here, I'll tell you where, Cheyenne, Wyoming. And that was the issue, that they only looked at the land, they did not look at the flight patterns. So that's why I want to put that out now. Could we be looking at like addressing that? Because we don't want a situation like there where you get 150 eagles dead just like that.
Madam Chair, I think that's something we would probably have to look into and report back to. We always get into these issues of spheres of concurrent authority and whether that really is something the local government has even the ability to do under the legislation, or if that's more, it sounds to me on the surface, more of a ministry responsibility.
Okay, and my second question is, I went to DRIPA when we were at the AVICC, and how does our Nanaimo First Nation work into the development permits? Is that something that we're looking at, or will that be for later discussion?
I think I'll ask Ms. Bopalsping to speak generally on how we're trying to address reconciliation. The specific issues of referrals are something that we're working on with SFN directly, and I don't think that requires a specific policy to do so.
Thank you.
Okay. Through the chair, I would say our staff technical working group are a very valued way of going over key things that we think are of interest to Sunnyvale, including DPs. And so we continue with that initiative, and that's a big way of us making adjustments and changes to our processes. And if there's anything that's significant enough, we'll bring them forward to you for decision.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Gesselbach? Oh, sorry, Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to staff, I apologize if I missed something. Are the actual development permit guidelines, have they been provided to council anywhere?
So through the chair, so the proposal, and this is one of the changes I think has been presented before, is that the guidelines will be put in the zoning bylaw. And by and large, there's no proposed change to the guidelines. So at this time, the general development permit area guidelines will still apply for your form and character development permit areas, and those guidelines that you see in the neighborhood plans will still be applicable to those areas. So at this stage, there's no change to proposed guidelines, only to move them into the zoning bylaw. Now, I know that Councillor Brown, one thing you're interested in is some improvement to the design guidelines, and I've heard you say that. And by having them in the zoning bylaw, it does give the city a bit more flexibility to amend them, review them, and replace them by amending the zoning bylaw, rather than a process to review or amend the official community plan. So that's part of the rationale.
Okay, so we're not making any changes through this process?
To clarify, so for the new development permit areas, you'll see, for example, abandoned mine workings, you'll see a reference to a guideline document, so there will be an improvement there. And to the 3 environmentally sensitive areas, you'll see maybe a rewording, restructuring, but the intention will be the same as far as how we protect those areas. But for the form and character, development permit area 8, and that actually goes to my next slide. So the Schedule 13 that's in your current draft of city plan does not show these colored neighborhoods on it. So staff is proposing a change to kind of show where those neighborhood plan areas are, so that when a developer is proposing a development, they know which document to go to for design guidelines. And also the general development permit area guidelines will still apply. So that's for new multifamily, new commercial, and new industrial. That's DPA 8, form and character development permit area.
Okay, thank you. So I was informed previously that the design panel would have an opportunity to provide input and comments on design, the form and character. So from hearing there's no changes, I'm actually just going to make a motion that a session be set up with the design panel to review the form and character guidelines, and that consultation also occur with the development community.
It's been seconded, Councillor Brown, so you can speak to it if you wish.
Thank you. Yeah, I think there's a lot that's working in these, but I do, from panel members and also general members of the development community, I know that there is items that they feel challenged by, or areas that could be improved. So I think if we're going through this process, it really makes sense to get that feedback and make the changes now. I apologize if my expectation was not aligned with the direction, but I would have made this sooner, but it was my understanding that that was going to occur. So I do think it's very important, as it does ultimately shape the development. And, I can point to numerous examples where the existing design guidelines they superficially meet the objectives of the current OCP. So I think that definitely needs to be tightened up on. So a lot of what we're talking about today gets realized through development, and if there's an incongruency there, I think it needs to be addressed. So expectations of the principles of the plan can be achieved through the development process. Thank you.
Where you want, no? Lisa Bope.
I'll sing, I know I have a long last name. Through the chair to Councillor Brown and to all of you, just thinking of the timing and the pace we're on to move forward. Is it possible that we could look at this as an action item to implement the next steps of doing that more thorough review of the development permit area guidelines that Councillor Brown's suggesting, with a more in-depth process with the development community?
I can speak to that, Madam Chair. I'm really not concerned with the timelines as presented. The actual speed is already making me uncomfortable, so I would rather pump the brakes. I'm not concerned about this overlapping with election. I go by what my father told me many times, and that's do things right the first time. So in terms of speed, I would rather just slow down the whole process to make sure that we're, as it stands now without action plans, I don't know if I'll be able to vote in support of the plan. So yeah, without a lot of these details, I'm not comfortable with the current time frame. Thanks.
Thank you. Did he put motion on the floor?
Chair, there is a motion on the floor. It has been moved and seconded.
Thank you. Can I have the motion read back, please?
I don't have it entirely, so I might ask Councillor Brown to fill in, but it's to have the guidelines, I believe, reviewed by the development, the design advisory panel, as well as the development community, and have their input provided and inputted into the guidelines. I think that was it, Councillor Brown, but you could.
Yeah, just a little bit of granularity there, only the form and character.
And I gather we had a seconder, so I don't see any further speakers. I'll call the question. All those in favor? What the heck? Oh.
If you just note those opposed, that's all you need to do. So.
And all those opposed, Councillor Thorpe and Mayor Krogh. So the motion passes. Thank you. Moving on.
Thank you. So to conclude this development permit section, we have a comment from the Stewart Neighborhood Association, and that was to incorporate the following design guidelines currently within the official community and neighborhood plan into the city plan. The height of buildings should not interfere with the view of residents living above Stewart Avenue corridor. SEPTED design principles, so safety design principles, and traffic calming principles. So just to reassure the neighborhood association, so the development permit, new development will be, the guidelines in that Newcastle and Brecken neighborhood plan will be applicable to new development. And so all of those criteria that you see there would apply to new development. Also, many of those things also have been lifted into the design guidelines, or already in those general design guidelines as well. So I think staff isn't recommending a change.
Councillor Armstrong?
Move the staff recommendation.
Oh, really? Oh, the staff recommendation?
Yes.
Chair, for clarification to Ms. Brinkman, is there a need to move that if it's our current approach?
I didn't think it was.
So there's no need for a staff recommendation?
Won't do it then.
Thank you. I think we can move on.
Right.
Fun fact.
Oh, we're almost there.
Sorry.
Okay. Have energy for one more fun fact, or should I pass?
Oh,
No,
there's a question.
We've got Councillor Bonner.
Thank you, Chair. It was regarding the plans. Because we're incorporating the plans into the OCP, and we're going to be using them for design guidelines, are we then updating them on a regular basis? Because I kind of thought we were doing this so we weren't going to be updating them on a regular basis, which means they're going to become old, and we're still using them for guidelines.
Through to the chair, Staff does recognize that an update to the development permit guidelines are important, and Councillor Brown has mentioned it, and so by keeping those neighborhood plans as reference documents for now, we're maintaining those guidelines, but a review of DP guidelines could be, something that the city, is an action item that the city does moving forward. And then we may not need those reference documents anymore. We may not need the general development permit guidelines. We would have a whole new set of guidelines that are more current and more fresh, and that is an action item that staff will recommend. So it's more an interim measure.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Gasabra.
We're having difficulty with the desk here. Every time I move, the whole thing shifts. Just for clarity, and I think some discussion on the timelines that we are for this and the action items and what is an action item and what is part of the OCP review just needs to be had, I think. So looking at specific development, like say the feedback from the Ministry of Lands and Ocean Waters and Resources, they were giving, one bit of it. They gave some other general feedback, but one bit of it was specifically on DPA 1. What I'm hearing is that we're not really, and the Environment Committee did some work on DP 1 already, but these tweaking of those are not really part of our current process, and it's something that we would go look at doing after this OCP is reviewed, is approved. That's a question.
Through to the chair, just to clarify, and I apologize if I wasn't more clear. So I think that when we say tweaking of the guidelines, it's more the form and character design guidelines. Mm-hmm. So for multifamily, industrial, and commercial, those are the design guidelines that I know, believe Councillor Brown has been referring to, and those are the ones you tend to find in the neighborhood plans, and so that's Development Permit Area 8, form and character. But for the DPA 1, environmentally sensitive area, it's structured in a way that we are leaning on professionals, so so if there's a marine foreshore or terrestrial environmentally sensitive area, we do require a professional report, and they propose recommended measures to protect the environmentally sensitive area during development. So we do tend to lean on professional reports in those environmentally sensitive areas. So, yeah. Anybody has anything to add?
I think through the chair to Councillor Gasabra, with some of those, and I must admit, I only just saw that email because it came through to our general email on Friday. I think we will be looking at all of those comments. Some of those apply to the DPA area, DPA 1, and other policies, and putting them again together and coming back to you and saying, here are what we propose. So the form and character one is a whole, I don't want to say a ball of wax, but it's a very different creature because of the complexities with all the different neighborhood plans, and so requires a lot more in-depth than some of the other DPAs that we've run through with the Environment Committee, for example, and where we can look at that feedback from the ministry.
Right.
So my answer is yes, we will be looking at the ministry's feedback. And then with regard to the DPA 8, well, you've just made a motion on that, so we will follow that.
To follow up as two items, in terms of the DPA 1, for environmentally sensitive areas, from what I recall, basically what triggers the DPA process is that we have mapped out ESA, environmentally sensitive areas, and that really comes from provincial mapping that said these are the environmental sensitive areas. And what I'm hearing from the feedback from them is that there's some other items that could be considered as environmentally sensitive areas specific that need to be mapped, and there is a bit of a jurisdictional, like, who's supposed to be doing the mapping, and it could be an opportunity to get this new ministry to, like, if you want heron nests protected, let's get some mapping happening, and we'd be happy to add it into our DPA or whatever. There's a few things that they mentioned there. I think that discussion, as a side point, in terms of the specifics of our OCP around like the form and character that so and even the action items, I feel like the timeline that we've decided on is like we're going to leave the action items and not address them. And I've been feeling more and more that, you know, maybe we can have a discussion on the timeline, that do we need to have this happen in June and not have the action items as part of it, or do we really kind of have to see the action items to sort of like have the meat on the bones to like understand what actually these policies are meaning? And I don't know if we've like fully had that discussion and got people's views on it, to like what are the pros and cons and what is really dictating the timelines that we're on. And I mean, there are things like the election that, you know, does really need to be just put on the table, and like, is this something that is going to be dictating our timeline? Like, is it the worst thing in the world to like not get into the details of the action items because, you know, this election could totally disrupt stuff? That may be a big factor, but I don't think council is like really formally said that that's why we want these timelines to happen. And so, yeah, I'm curious if other councillors feel that we need to have a little bit of more discussion on sort of the timelines and not including the action items as part of the OCP process, or stage one of it.
Okay, through the chair, I think it would be good for council to have that discussion now and let us know what your thoughts are. So yes, you do have something called the election coming up. However, the process we're following is trying to take that as strategic planning and focusing on the overarching foundations, which is the donut, the goals, the policies, and setting that framework first and getting that locked down with you. Now, if you want a different process, you know, that will extend the timeline, and we've got it up there so you can have a sense of what we're looking at. And so I think if you need, this is a good chance to have a frank discussion about that and the pros and cons of how we navigate that. But certainly what we put before you is also to what's manageable for the community to give feedback on. With pulling together the volume of documents and things that we've been pulling together with actions that you've endorsed, plans that previous councils have endorsed, it is a pretty weighty undertaking in addition to this piece. So we've been doing that alongside, but there are things that you are changing in play with this that mean that that will influence us going back to look at the actions to making sure, have we missed anything? So I don't know if Mr. Lindsay's got any thoughts, but I think it would be good for us to have that discussion now and for us to, as staff, explain some of the pros and cons from our perspective and you to think of them on your end.
And I've got Mr. Rudolph and then Ms. Gurley.
I was actually going to direct you that Mr. Rudolph, I think, and I can comment as well if you need.
So, council at 5 o'clock for a 4-hour session is not really a great time for any of us to be prepared to handle that level of comment and question. Certainly on the one of the meetings coming up and at the latest May 9th. I mean, we've been working towards an assumption that there would be a public hearing in late June to avoid a summer public hearing, and post that it would be difficult to accommodate a public hearing until next year, given the change of council. And then there would be an onboarding with the new council, and they would probably have to go through quite a process to get to a place where you're at now. So it's just taking advantage of the momentum that we have, making sure that when you do come back as a new council, the new council will be focused on actions and priorities, and that the framework is in place. That's one of the reasons that this has been rolled up to a high level as a framework document. So that's the assumption that we've been working towards. And it is very, I mean, you just essentially went through an entire OCP conversation this afternoon in one meeting, and maybe it takes more than that to do that, but there's been a fair amount of build-up to that. So you know, if there's a process question that's valid, it's come up a number of times, especially with the action plans and seeing how this will roll out. The action plans will be built in to some extent in the business plans for the fall, moving into next year, and then the new council will own them and they will work through them in detail. But it would seem to be so much work to get it done at this stage. It was very difficult, even with the volume of policies and documents that you've been dealing with, to try to consolidate this into one working document. So I understand where you're at. Council has to own this document at the end, and if you're not comfortable, that's certainly your prerogative. But at this stage, the feedback that we've been hearing is generally favorable. You'll get a consolidated version of that with the latest round of public input at the next meeting, which is scheduled for May 9th, and I suspect at that time you'll be able to gauge whether you're comfortable moving forward or not. And with the product, it will be refined and a better read. I think there will be an attempt to smooth it out a bit to make it an easier read for people. And our goal is to try to get this to a place where you're comfortable with it when you have to make a decision and take it to the public. So if you're looking for a conversation or process, I would suggest you do it no later than May 9th.
And seeing that it's 5 o'clock, I'm going to look to Ms. Gurry.
You can carry on and finish this slide if you want to have any further discussion, though I think Mr. Rudolph has just basically laid out that May 9th might be a good time to have this discussion about moving forward on everything else to do with this. And as for the additional item that is on the agenda, Chair, we had discussed earlier that we have set aside April the 21st, next Thursday. I'm not sure of a time yet, but a notice would go out to have a special GPC to go over the item that we haven't gotten to on the agenda, the item from the Transportation Department on the transportation update. So that will be scheduled for next week. A notice will go out to the public and to council. There was a special public hearing scheduled for that evening that is going to be canceled due to lack of items coming forward. So there is that time slot available for you.
Thank you. So was there any completion? I think we're near the end of the slides, but
We are. I would just like to sincerely thank both Ms. Brinkman and Ms. Began for their help today, and also Ms. Zielinski. We have had some staffing changes and different things that have thrown challenges. I also want to thank those who came out to the public open house. We were just delighted to be able to do that, and to those of you who came. So this is great. I actually expected that we were going to run into the 21st with an overlap, so I'm just really pleased that we've managed to get through the volume. And just thank you very much for your patience and time.
okay, and thank you, everybody. We don't have any governance and management excellence, no environmental responsibility, economic health. Question period.
Councillor Bonner's waving his hand.
Councillor Bonner. Oh, I've got Councillor Gesselbrock up here too. Councillor Bonner.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank staff for a very good presentation here today. I don't think we have any questions, but if I have some advice, maybe next time put the drive-throughs at the end of the meeting. Would have been a 5-minute conversation. We'd have been here a long time ago.
Thank you. And do we have no question? No? So I'll look for a motion to adjourn. Mayor Krogh, seconded. Councillor Bonner. All those in favor?